you the great work that our team did this weekend, getting us all caught up and actually working on 4th of July, because this is our top priority. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Zach. And when I talk with the residents of District 1, sort of uniformly, the comment is we get it right on sanitation. And with the challenges that we're facing with the labor market, this is not something just unique to DeKalb County. When I look on Next Door Neighbor and I see what's happening up in places outside of DeKalb County, the same issue is happening. Same sanitation rates are going up. Services are perceived to be going back, and yet we have our team out there on the 4th of July collecting. And so thank you very much from the CEO or to the CEO all the way down to the crews that were out in the field. Much appreciated. Commissioner Rader, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. I also want to add my thanks to both management and the staff at sanitation. It's a tough enough job to do 365 days a year, but this time of year in particular, that is a tough job, and I certainly appreciate the work that they've done. I also appreciate and look forward to continued implementation of our automated side loading infrastructure so that we can collect sanitation with a single person crew, as well as to do it inside of a truck and increase their efficiency. I just wanted to clarify for those who may be listening, the 4th of July, of course, was a holiday and was the regular pickup day for many of our customers. I just want to clarify that the pickup day was shifted as per the original schedule so that those who had a Monday pickup can still expect a Tuesday pickup, provided that everything's running on time. Is that correct?
COO Williams, if you wouldn't mind clarifying.
Yes. You said the pickup dates, Commissioner?
Yes. Normally on a holiday Monday, we would see the Monday pickups move to Tuesday. And just wanted to clarify for those listening along that those Monday pickups will be today, and that we're moving the week one day late as per our schedule.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner Rader.
Okay, great. I really appreciate that clarification. And, again, can't say enough about folks that go to work in these tough conditions every day and meet those basic expectations of our stakeholders. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Rader. I guess also I want to say that want to acknowledge our police department as well as our fire teams. They were out this weekend as well, and much appreciate their service. All right, commissioners. Well, with that being said, we are going to go back to the routine, which is to follow our printed agenda, and that is committee reports. And this week we'll start with Commissioner Rader with the FAB committee. Commissioner Rader.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. Our meeting was at 3:30 on last Tuesday, the 28th of June. We eventually had all members of our commission or our committee in place, along with some other members. The committee, because the commission had to take action to accept mid-year CJCC, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council grants, in order to do it in a timely fashion for July 1st. The committee, and we took action earlier that day on these items. The committee did not need to hear those CJCC grants, so we took those off the agenda. We next heard a resolution to refine our debt management policy. Staff presented recommendations on that particular item. We heard a little bit of input where some clarification needed to be injected, and that should be back before our committee at our next meeting. Let's see, we also had a presentation on the resolution to set our millage rates, and it was incorporated with a mid-year budget amendment. The focus of the discussion on last Tuesday was on the millage rate element of it. And at the end of the meeting, the committee voted unanimously to propose that the millage rate part of the resolution go forward for action on the 12th, but that the budget amendment be separated from it so that committees and others would be able to present on those budget amendments. The committee will be setting a special call meeting later this week to answer some questions that were asked related to the millage element of the resolution. In particular, the use of e-host reserves, which have now increased to about $62 million as a means of being able to offer additional property tax relief for non-countywide services, including fire and municipal taxes. So if the committee and the commission decide to use additional e-host funds, or the e-host reserve as it is styled, to supplement that particular line item, then there would actually be a credit against taxes that now taxpayers pay at a 100% level, as opposed to having those taxes offset by e-host credits. So that will be the topic of a special called FAB meeting that I think is Thursday. Is that why, Dr. Obang, is that meeting is coming on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
And what time?
12 p.m., sir.
So it's noon on Thursday, the 7th. We will be discussing the millage proposal and any amendments that need to be made. So thanks. I yield back.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Rader. Next, we'll hear from the ERPS Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Ted Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Good morning, everyone. The ERPS Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee met 2 weeks ago on June 21st, attended by Commissioner Bradshaw and Rader and myself. We had a previously heard item 1299, which is the mandatory use of video surveillance systems at convenience stores and other related businesses. We have been working the last several weeks with Commissioner Cochran-Johnson, who sponsored legislation and drafted the original document, and working with law department to do some tweaks and other little sort of additions and kind of clarifications. And so I believe we are on track this afternoon. Mr. Phillips is working with us and everyone, and appreciate all of his hard work to get us to this point where we think today we should have a final version, or I guess a final draft, to recommend out of the Public Safety Committee. So join us this afternoon for that discussion. That's a very important agenda item that we would like to move forward. It's a very important public safety measure. Item 1764 is another resolution. This one is acknowledging gun violence as a public health crisis and calling upon our federal, state, and local legislators and elected officials to pass common sense gun control legislation to reduce gun violence, homicides, and mass murders. And even more so, especially on a 4th of July holiday, we should live in a country that does not have to fear for hundreds of rounds of bullets to be fired at our community members, no matter where they live. So this is another important resolution, and we will take that up again today. It was did not have time to hear it a few weeks ago. We did pass item 1763 for approval, which was the plan to adopt an amended 401a defined contribution plan. The ongoing cost for that on an annual basis will be about $716,000. And it is impacting and supporting the sworn officers within DeKalb County government. So not every single law enforcement or public safety official, but sworn officers, certified firefighters, and E911 call center. And Mr. Jacobs said, I think at the committee time that they were looking at about 1,000 that would apply for this. I think it was a little bit more than 1,000. But nonetheless, we did approve that, and it was passed last week by the commission. The other items that we dealt with were just two more. That was item 1691, which is the body armor and tactical vest and other armor plating for the police services. That was approved. And then the grant acceptance for the FY22 high intensity drug trafficking area grant for $276,000. And at the committee meeting, Chief Ramos described how we go about getting that grant, and we have certain goals that are within that sort of high intensity, what they call the high intensity drug trafficking area. So it's a cooperative grant with multiple law enforcement agencies. We, let's see, here was discussion on that. There was one note here. That's right. Yeah. So we did talk about the scope. And so we'll make sure to share with everyone in case you missed it, the specific objectives for this grant. And then we spent most of the committee meeting going over the mental health legislative recap. We got about halfway through the presentation. It was a very long presentation. So we have invited the speakers to come back, but we had Mr. Jeff Breedlove from the Georgia Council on Substance Abuse, Kim Jones from NAMI, Georgia, which is a mental health advocacy organization. And so we sort of kind of scratched the surface, everyone. So there's a lot more, I think, to discuss. And so we were beginning to spend a little bit more time talking about sort of the public safety, the police, and mental health response, as there was several pieces of legislation that relate back to that this last legislative session that increased funding, increased opportunities for more training. And so I believe we're going to have them come back, not this ERPS meeting, but the following ERPS meeting. And so we'll finish up that presentation on the mental health legislative recap. And this will be, I think, important timing because we are talking about significant investments in police services, staffing, training, things like that. And so this is another opportunity for us to, I think, discuss in a productive and proactive way about what it looks like when we have the highest paid and most well-trained police department in the state. What does that mean? What are the metrics? What are the evaluating criteria? What are the outcomes that we want to get from that? So mental health it continues to be, I think, an important part of that evaluation and that metric for success. Ultimately, I think getting us to where we are going under the NACO standards, which is more of a performance-based budgeting approach. And so as we look at additional investments, whether it's in police, fire, mental health services that impact the community, what are the evaluation metrics and the criteria to which we are measuring those budgets? And so that every year when we come back and do the budget, or I guess every 6 months or so for the budget and then the mid-year budget, what are we doing to measure our success, evaluate it, and so that every year we're striving and moving towards addressing those fundamental issues that I think we want to see, whether it's public safety or anything that we do with our budget. And we do have a meeting today, so please join us. And like I said, we're gonna, our goal is to hopefully we've kind of gone through all of the finer details of item 1299, the video surveillance systems at the convenience stores and other purposes. And so we are going to be taking that up first of the agenda, and our goal hopefully is to move that along today. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Terry. I appreciate those comments. Next, we'll hear from the Ops Committee chaired by Commissioner Marita Davis-Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and good morning, everyone. I am Marita Davis-Johnson, and I chair the County Operations Committee, known as OPS. My colleagues who serve on that committee with me are Presiding Officer Robert Patrick and Commissioner Steve Bradshaw. The Ops Committee last met on Thursday, June the 30th, at our special call meeting where we had one previous agenda item and 5 new items. Each of the items in the committee was recommended for approval. There was a substitute for item 2022-1543 to allocate $250,000 in the mid-year budget for a fruitful library transition RFP. RFP. I invite you to join us today at 1:00 p.m. on DCTV Ustream channel, where we will have 6 new agenda items. There are no discussions scheduled for today's agenda. And look forward to seeing you at the meeting. And with that, Mr. Presiding Officer, I yield back.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Davis-Johnson. Next, we'll hear from the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee chaired by Commissioner Lorraine Cochran-Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. Of course, I am Lorraine Cochran-Johnson, Chair of Public Works and Infrastructure. And our last meeting was actually held on June 21st. And I sit alongside Commissioners Patrick as well as Commissioner Terry. And during that particular meeting, we heard a total of 10 items. And at this time, I will give you a breakdown very quickly of those particular items that were heard in committee. Item 1624 was actually a deferral. All things that were deferred were pending audit and will be heard in today's meeting. We also had 1341 that was a deferral. We did approve item number 1593, which was an original low bid for on-call mechanical, electrical, and instrumentation and controls maintenance services for Scott Candler, Pole Bridge, as well as our Snapfinger wastewater treatment facility. This particular item had undergone audit. Oh, I'm sorry, on 1593, this was also a deferral. Hold just a moment here. Item number 1697 was an approval. This particular item was originally approved in committee. However, during the BOC meeting, it was pulled due to an increase in price, but I understand that that has been reconciled, and we'll probably discuss that one a little bit more here today. But it is for aesthetic improvements for the Glenwood Road, Covington Highway, Red Wing Circle bridges over I-285. This was to approve $525,000 that would actually come from our SPLOS funds for Paraface, which is the upgrading elements of the bridge itself. The next item that we heard was item number 1559. And item 1559, just a moment here. Managed to get myself out of order. Item 1559 was a low bid for valve box risers for use by the Department of Watershed Management. This particular item was approved in the amount of $1,059,000. The next item that we heard was item 1665, and this particular item was a change order for pond maintenance services for Public Works, Roads and Drainage, and the Department of Recreation, Parks and Cultural Affairs for cutting, cleaning, spraying, and repair maintenance of stormwater retention and detention ponds. This particular item we were happy to see move along as we are attempting to get control over many of the retention and detention ponds throughout the county. We did approve this award in the amount of $760,000. The next item that we heard is item number 1696. And this is a renewal for rock crushing. It is the second option on this particular contract for, of course, crushing rock and granite and hauling materials to and from the Seminole Road landfill. We approved it in the amount of $150,000. The next item that we heard in committee was item 1703. This item was also approved. And this was a change order, number 4, for the inspection of sanitary sewer stream crossings for use by the Department of Watershed Management. And we awarded it to RiverTap in the amount of $350,000. This particular item is a result of our ongoing capital improvement plan and work that we're doing on our infrastructure and water system. And the last item that we heard in committee was item number 1724. And this particular item was a change order, but there was no money involved. It was for an extension in time and term only for stormwater drainage infrastructure for construction by Public Works and stormwater projects by Public Works, Roads and Drainage. And I'm going to go back up to item number 1464 so that I've clearly expressed what this item was because it was approved and it was an original low bid, and it's simply for ferric chloride and liquid oxygen and a variety of chemicals that are for use by the Department of Watershed Management. And this is my second time since being a member of the BOC that this item has come before us because it is a 3-year contract. And we did approve it in the amount of $6,336,288. All in all, during our last meeting on the 21st, we approved $9,207,288 in awards. And of course, today, again, we have a robust agenda and we will be meeting at 3:30 p.m. So I would urge anyone who would like to join us to please do so at that time. And I yield back to our presiding officer.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Cochran-Johnson. And next we'll hear the committee report from the PEX Committee Chair, Commissioner Larry Johnson.
Yes, sir. Let me pull it up right quick. Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here. We had our meeting on June 28th, which was last month, and July is here. And we talked about a couple of items. The de-annexation item that came from District 2 and 6. We also went through the HUD program, 2021 annual action plan. Please, you all review that plan. We did approve it, but wanted to make sure you give Mr. Mitchell your feedback on it, on some of the items that are listed. And he also said, if you want to get started on 2023, you can start working on that now. The federal government, as we all know, got the funding to us late, and we have to approve it before August. And that was the timeliness of this issue. But he included a lot of projects that had to do with the human services impact in our area. We also approved the Meals on Wheels program that will help our seniors out who are needing meals to be delivered to them, as well as the we are going to have a special call meeting at 3 p.m. on Thursday. So please note the change in the time for us on that day. And we will get to reports, the unified plan, the public hearing signs and workforce housing ordinance that we did not get to before. I think it was our second meeting. We did not get to those items. So we're trying to play a little catch up. And we did do a few discussion points on the affordable housing crisis that we touched on, but we're waiting on law to give us feedback on each of those items. So, Mr. Presiding Officer, that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Larry Johnson. Commissioner Bradshaw, I know you don't have a committee chair right now, but is there something you'd like to update us on? You're good for now. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. With that, commissioners, we'll move on to the next section, which is B, review of the proposed executive agenda for July 12, 2022. And I believe COO Williams will lead us on that portion.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I'd like to begin with proposed public hearing items and planning and sustainability. Now, the first item 1821, public hearing to authorize transmittal of the 2050 comprehensive plan update, followed by a public works transportation public hearing item, which is traffic calming petition, Otello Avenue between William Street and Norman Road at no cost to the county. Then there's a couple of historic preservation items.
Just to be clear, the plan is going to also be heard in committee, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And does that include the transportation element?
Yes, I believe it's combined. Mr. Baker, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. So the a couple of appeal items for historic preservation, items 1830 and 1831.
I'd move those go on public hearing or on the agenda. We're not really responding to them. I'm wondering how we're assigning these issues. Commissioner Patrick.
I guess just to be clear, these appeal items would typically go after a public hearing, correct?
No, well, they don't have public hearing. I misspoke, but so did you put the CTP or the comprehensive plan and the traffic calming onto public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess just for clarity, Zach, if you wouldn't mind, maybe just start over again. 1821, public hearing to authorize transmittal of the 2050 comprehensive plan.
Yes, sir. And 1742, public hearing for traffic calming petition, Otello Avenue between William Street and Norman Road.
Okay.
And then these next two items, I believe, are sectioned under historical preservation traditionally. And these would be appeal. I don't believe that these are public hearing items. These are proposed appeal to historic preservation items.
All right.
Followed by the proposed preliminary items. And we have a total of 4 standard T-hanger lease agreements. The first with George P. Doan, the 4th, no cost to the county. The second with Elliot Bornstein, no cost to the county. The third with Alan S. Glickson, no cost to the county. And the 4th with Linda D. Hewitt, no cost to the county.
These can go on consent.
On consent, thank you. The next item is a human services item. Revenue contract between DeKalb County and Georgia Department of Human Services to provide transportation services to seniors and individuals with disabilities, no cost to the county. It is a $618,000 grant.
It's a grant? Okay, that's consent.
The next is reimbursing Georgia Power for relocation of overhead lines for construction of a sidewalk on McAfee Road.
That will be heard in committee, PWI, today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Presiding Officer, I have a quick question on that.
Please go ahead.
Does that mean, Zach, since we finally got the lines relocated, that the sidewalks that's taken about 12 years is coming?
I believe that is the case, Mr. Pelton.
So I can make Ms. Bugs happy. So
Yes.
Of course, Commissioner Johnson, we didn't have discussion on it, but of course, this was phase one of a two-phase process. So now that we have the relocation of those overhead lines, we can begin to talk sidewalks.
okay, I just know we've been waiting for years, so I know it's out for bid. So I know that's normally the first step. So I want the community to hear that. And then they move to the sidewalks. Okay, good news. Thanks.
And I see Mr. Pelton's logged on here as well.
I was just going to add that the project is already bid. We've had bid opening, and so you should be seeing that contract before too long.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right,
you.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you. Now purchasing and contracting items, beginning with ERPS. Item 1779, a change order for computer-aided dispatch for use by police. Contract consists of providing enhanced CAD system awarded to Central Square, formerly Tritech Software. Amount not to exceed $142,706.83. Next item, 1791, change order for the self-contained breathing apparatus, SCUBA. Awarded to Municipal Emergency Services, amount not to exceed $30,000. And are these
Mr.
ready?
Presiding Officer, do you want us to take a look at these purchasing items and see if they're appropriate to our?
I think that, excuse me, I think that these go before the ERPS committee. And so
Yes.
Commissioner Terry, seeing no objection, thumbs up. We'll go ahead and have those go over to ERPS. Commissioner Rader, the next item.
Yes, both of
Two
those
items.
are appropriate to our agenda, and I would consign them to our committee agenda.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you. So those go to FAB and OPS.
Yeah, so ops is 1702, 1741, 1749, 1750, 1767, and 1788. It's good for ops.
Right. Perfect. Thank you. PEX.
Mr. Peck's chairman.
Yes, send them on to PEX, all items.
All right, Madam PWI Chair.
You're on mute, Commissioner Cochran-Johnson.
Yes, all of these items will be heard in committee today.
Excellent. Thank you. The last items, watershed management department, Georgia DOT contract item, water and sewer facilities for resurface of State Route 155 from the Henry County line to Interstate 20 at an estimate of $432,500. A next 1809 is also GDOT resurface State Route 10 from State Route 8 to Gwinnett County line in the amount of $706,000. Followed by another resurface State Route 236 from Interstate 285 to State Route 8 an estimated amount of $242,500. And the final resurfacing is Route 13 connector from State Route 141 to State Route 13, estimated $50,000.
Yes, all of those items should come to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Presiding Officer, I have one walk-on item whenever it's appropriate.
All right. Before we get to the administration, commissioners, does anyone have a walk-on item that they would like to put on the agenda? Okay. Zach, if you'll go ahead with your walk-on.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. And I believe we have emailed the item this morning. It is a cancellation for convenience with Camkin. And we would love to have that presented to the board next week.
Okay. All right, commissioners, again, final option or final opportunity. Anyone that wishes to make a walk-on?
Commissioner
All
Rader,
right.
just checking.
I'm sorry, Dion, go ahead.
I was just checking with Commissioner Rader.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there was an item, I think, from was it the magistrate's court? Is that correct?
Juvenile court.
Juvenile court. So they missed the deadline to get it on our regular agenda. I would walk the juvenile court items on and then consign them to our committee meeting at
On the 12th?
well, that's what I was thinking, is whether or not we had, so we can do them on the 12th unless they're time sensitive. Ms. McKenzie?
I do not have that information. I'm hoping that Mr. Odeneko is on.
I'll reach out to him.
He's not on at this time, but Mr. Williams will be reaching out to him.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll put it on the 12th. If we have to put it on Thursday, we will, but I'd like to have time for us to finish the budget.
Good morning, sir.
Is that for us or? Not yet. Okay. How about let's move on to section C of our agenda, and then we can always circle back for Commissioner Rader's walk-on item and readjust that calendar if need be. With that being said, we'll go ahead and on to preliminaries. Agenda item 1855, approval of the minutes of July 5, 2022 Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Presiding Officer?
Yes.
My apologies. I believe Mr. Williams.
Yes, Commissioner Rader, I have Colette on the other line, and he was saying that the item was time sensitive.
All right, then we will hear it Thursday.
Thank you.
Tell him to be there.
Okay, it'll be at the special call on Thursday, Colette.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Terry, I see your hand is raised. Is that your walk-on? I'm sorry, Zach.
I'm sorry, I was just, whenever appropriate, I have one all as well.
You have one as well. Okay. Zach, let me go ahead and get Commissioner Terry, and then we'll circle back to your walk-on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The walk-on for for CAMKIN, is that, you sent that this morning, you said?
Oh. Yes. So,
okay.
Was that directed to me, Commissioner Terry?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So, yes, I have a walk-on. It's a cancellation for CAMKIN. So if that's something, it's cancellation for convenience. If it's possible for it to go to consent, that would be great.
Okay. I just didn't see it in the inbox. That's all. If you'd send it again.
Got it.
Okay. And you're asking for that for consent, Zach?
Yes, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Okay. All right. Madam Chair, I see your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I would like to ask, not assume, if fellow commissioners are familiar with the matter surrounding the CAMKIN contract. I personally have no objection to the cancellation of the contract for convenience. I take no issue with it going directly to consent. I do believe that is the proper thing to do. So unless there is an objection from any of my fellow commissioners, I would ask that it is moved directly to consent.
Okay, seeing no objections, it looks like it's on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Okay, all right. All right, well, moving on, going into the preliminaries, agenda item 1855, approval of minutes of the July 5 Committee of the Whole meeting. That'll be consent. District 3, we have agenda item 1867, allocation of appropriate American Rescue Plan award funds assigned to Poeta account. And we can all read that account number. Reserved for District 3, amount not to exceed $25,000 to POW and Be Someone Incorporated to build stronger communities and to help mitigate efforts for those impacted by the COVID-19 by educating and bringing awareness of the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts and any other essential needs caused by the pandemic. All right. Mr. Chairman, consent?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We also have agenda item 1868 to allocate funds from the American Rescue Plan Award funds assigned to Poeta account. Again, we can all read that account number. Reserved for District 3, amount not to exceed $25,000 to Scottsdale Early Learning Incorporated to increase access to early learning services and to support the center through all ARP eligible uses to mitigate the public health emergency created by the pandemic. And that'll be consent as well, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to District 7. We have agenda item 1848 to appropriate $20,000 in American Rescue Plan grant funds to the DeKalb section of the National Council of Negro Women to mitigate the public health emergency created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair, that's consent. Agenda item 1873 to appropriate $25,000 from the District 7 reserve for appropriation to the DeKalb Chamber of Commerce. Again, consent for that one. And agenda item 1874 to appropriate $20,000 in American Rescue Plan grant funds assigned to Poeta account. We can all read that account number. Reserved for the District 7 appropriation to the DeKalb County Police Athletic League. And Madam Chair, I believe you wanted those all going to consent as well.
Absolutely. I believe that probably all of us here are very familiar with each of these items. 1874, of course, is to support midnight basketball, for which we've had on a nightly basis about 100 young men come out. During that time, we do serve food, and it provides a safe space for children, particularly during the summer period. Chamber of Commerce, of course, this is to expand their reach and assist those who have been adversely affected during the pandemic with additional programming and needed resources. And on item 1848, it is actually for the extension of a program and continuation that was initially funded by the administration for the youth. So I would respectfully ask that all of these items are sent to the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cochran-Johnson. Next, do we have Clerk to the Board of Commissioners and CEO? Again, these are minutes. Agenda item 1843. Approval of minutes of the special called meeting of June 21, 2022, and 1861, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting of June 28, 2022. Unless we have any other items, sort of a final call for walk-ons, I'll go ahead and call on Dr. Obang to review the agenda.
Those two items consent, 43 and 71.
Yes, those will be consent.
Good morning, Mr. Presiding Officer and Commissioners. Starting off, we have public hearing items, 1821 and 1742. We have some proposed appeal items. These are 1830 and 1831. We have 4 preliminary items from the airport that are all slated for consent. These are 1776, 1806, 1827, and 1828. We have a human services item that's slated for consent. This is item number 1823. We have a public works item that's slated for public works today. That's 1784. For purchasing and contracting, we have 2 items for ERPs. These are 1779 and 1791. For FAB, we have 1743, 1786. For OPS, we have 1702, 1741, 1749, 1750, 1767, and 1788. For PECs, we have 1678, 1751, 1755. For PWI, we have 1664, 1726, 1756, 1782, 1783, 1785, and we have a watershed item, 1805, that's slated for PWI. We have some more watershed items. We have 1809 for PWI, 1810 for PWI, and 1811 for PWI. Preliminary items for review, we have 1855, which is the approval of minutes from July 5th, which is slated for consent. We have District 3 items, 1867 and 1868, that are slated for consent. We have 3 District 7 items that are slated for consent. These are 1848, 1873, and 1874. And finally, we have items from the clerk These are 1843, which are the approval of minutes for June 21st that's slated for consent, and 1861, approval of minutes for the June 28th meeting that's also slated consent. That completes the recap, Mr. Presiding Officer.
All right, Dr. Obeng, thank you very much for that. Just to confirm, there were 2 walk-on
Oh, yeah,
items.
I'm sorry.
not sure I heard those.
Yeah, 2 walk-on items. We have a juvenile court item that's slated for FAB this Thursday, and then we have the cancellation for convenience CAMCAN item that is slated for consent. My apologies.
All right, no worries at all, Dr. Obeng. Appreciate that very much. Commissioners, it looks like we have gone through our agenda. I don't recall the county attorney asking for an executive session. So unless there's anything else to be heard before us, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, I got a motion. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Proper motion and second. We'll all do this by hands and eyes. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to the DeKalb County Courthouse. I am Chief Judge Asha Jackson, and I'm so glad you're here. Your safety is of the utmost importance. Please watch the video, which will give you specific instructions on how to stay safe while you're here at the courthouse. And please remember to wear your mask or face covering while you're here in the building. Again, welcome and stay safe.
We are pleased to welcome you to the DeKalb County Courthouse and our partner facilities. Please know that your health and safety are our top priorities. In an effort to reduce the spread of COVID-19 while serving your needs, we have implemented several safety measures and protocols.
Hello. You don't mind standing right over here on this red tee.
Guests visiting our facilities will be required to submit to health and temperature screenings prior to entry and security clearance. If you are ill or have been exposed to someone with a COVID-19 diagnosis, we ask that you remain home until otherwise directed by a health professional. Once inside our facilities, you must wear a mask or face covering at all times. Pay close attention to our signage and space markers to assist you with following proper social distancing guidelines. To keep you safe within our facilities, we have increased the frequency of cleaning for high-touch surfaces and common areas. You'll also find newly installed hand sanitizing stations throughout our buildings and floors for your use. What's more, the entire courthouse has also been outfitted with an air filtration system. You can't see it, but it's there protecting you.
This is an advanced system and enhancement to the heating and air system that will clean the air particles that continuously circulate in the courthouse.
Visible HEPA filters also provide an extra level of air sanitation. Where appropriate throughout the buildings and courtrooms, plexiglass dividers have been installed to protect the public and court personnel. Seating options have also been reduced in high-density areas.
Elevator A, going down.
There is also limited capacity in our elevators, which now only travel to one floor at a time.
The significance of this is that if you are traveling to the floor that you have selected, you can have assurances that other people will not be entering or exiting your elevator until after you have exited your elevator at your designated floor.
To accommodate these new courthouse enhancements and safety protocols, be sure to budget extra time for your visit. To expedite the process, we ask that you limit your personal belongings and the number of people in your party. If possible, please refrain from bringing children unless their presence is required for your visit.
We intend to make sure that the public feels safe when they come here to receive services in the DeKalb County courts. And so to that end, we will continue to have a mask mandate. We will ask that people wear a face mask or covering and a face shield, that they socially distance, that they wash and sanitize their hands frequently, and that they follow the protocol as directed by the courthouse personnel.
In the meantime, please feel free to visit our partner agencies online for detailed information regarding their hours of operation and services. Appointments may be required for certain services or information. We look forward to seeing you soon. Until then, stay safe and be well.
Did you know more than 40,000 people are killed each year in traffic collisions? 1 out of every 4 car accidents in the United States is caused by texting and driving. That's 25% of all vehicle accidents.
How you doing, sir? Lieutenant Vanderpool, DeKalb County Police. I need to see your driver's license, please. Do you know the reason why I pulled you over, sir? For operating motor vehicles while on your phone?
My name is Lieutenant Gregory Vanderpool with DeKalb County Police Department Traffic Section. In addition to being extremely unsafe, texting while driving is against the law. Under Georgia law, drivers cannot have a phone in their hand or any part of their body to support their phone. Also, drivers cannot read, write, or send text messages or emails when on the road. A phone is a deadly distraction. Reading a text message while driving distracts a driver for a minimum of 5 seconds each time. This means the chances of a crash occurring while reading a text are extremely high.
Here's a copy of the citation for you as well. And here's your driver's license back. All right, have a good evening, sir.
Remember, one text or one call can wreck it all. This public safety message is brought to you by DeKalb County Police Department and DC TV.
Welcome. My name is Major Dottie James. On behalf of the DeKalb County Police Executive Officer, Mr. Michael Thurman, Director of Public Safety, Joseph Lumpkin, Chief of Police, Martha Ramos, DeKalb County Police Command Staff, the training staff, welcome to the DeKalb County Police graduation for Class 128. Please remain seated as Class 128 enters the auditorium.
Right. Class, halt. 128, play of faith.
128, take your seats. We'll now have innovation by Chaplain Gregory Webb.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for blessing us to see another glorious day. And we pray, Father, for this auspicious occasion that we come and celebrate the next generation of law enforcement officers. Father, thank you that the families, friends, and loved ones have arrived safely. God, we thank you for this opportunity. Ask your blessing over this day that you created and that you have made. We ask this blessing in your Son's name. And we say, amen.
If everyone can please stand for the presentations of colors, the singing of the national anthem. The national anthem will be sung by Officer Jada Patton. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and of the free and the home of the brave.
Mark down. Mark. My turn. Mark. Forward. Mark.
Once again, please give the Honor Guard and Officer Patton a round of applause. If everyone can take their seat with the exception of sworn officers. All officers, if you check on the back of the program guide, there's a pledge of oath of honor. If we can all say it in unison, I'll start. On my honor, I will never betray my office, my integrity, my character, or public trust. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. I will always uphold the Constitution, my community, and the agency I serve. Everyone take your seats. I would now like to introduce the Chief of Police, Martha Ramos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I get started, I'd like to introduce, for those of you who don't know, but you should know, CEO Michael Thurman. And you have the Director of Public Safety, Joseph Jack Lumpkin. And then over here to our left, you have our command staff, which would be our assistant chiefs, our majors, and our captains. So as I said again, I'm going to start again. So good afternoon. And a special good afternoon to the friends and family of Class 128. I know Class 128 are the guests of honors today, but in reality, you, their friends and family, will play a big role in their successes. This job is very rewarding, but it's also very challenging. This is a job where expectations are always high. The community expects the best of you and will accept no less. At some point during your journey, everyone has shared their why, the reason you chose to protect and serve. I ask you to hold on to those whys. Hold on to the love and support of your friends and your family. Protecting and serving may drive you, may call you, but in the midst of serving others, please don't forget to take care of yourselves. I ask you to stay true to yourselves, never lower your standards, serve the community in the way that you would want your friends and family to be proud of, the way that you would want your friends and family to be served. If you do all those things, you can't go wrong. During the last 9 months, you've learned to come together as a team, as a family. Continue to rely on one another. No one is in this alone. What impacts you impacts all. The thin blue line, the one that most don't understand, the one that holds us all together while others try to tear us apart. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, male or female, it doesn't matter. Once you wear the badge, we are one. Thank you for answering the call. Thank you for your desire to protect and serve. You should stand tall, stand proud. Not all have the courage to do so. I'm proud of you, Class 128. You have chosen an honorable profession, or as I like to believe, the profession has chosen you. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. Thank you so much for taking the call.
Thank you, Chief. Now we'll hear some words from the Director of Public Safety, Joseph Jack Lumpkin.
Thank you very much, Chief Ramos and the command staff, for inviting me to say a few words to our graduating DKPD recruits and soon-to-be officers. But graduates, before I speak to you, I'd like to, as Chief Ramos did, congratulate your family, your friends, your influencers who have helped you to get where you are today. 128th, please stand and let's give your friends, your family members, turn to them and give them a round of applause, please. Thank you, and have a seat, please. You know that you would not be in those seats today if you had not had significant mentoring, significant influencers to help you along. We all know that no man or woman is an island in and of itself. What does that mean? It means that we all need assistance. We all need help. We all need to have those connectivity with others, good people. And don't lose that, graduates, as you go in throughout life. You cannot be the person that you should be over a career if you abandon that family, if you abandon those influences, if you abandon the larger community. You are DKPD's future, but you also are humanity's future. It's larger than yourself. It's larger than DKP. It's larger than the DeKalb. We all need each other. As a police officer for a number of decades, it's my personal belief and professional belief that sworn officers who honorably exercise the public trust, they must properly, over a long career, must properly be grounded. They must be grounded with their family members. They must be grounded with quality friends. They must be grounded with influences that they can turn to. Typically, that's larger than any department, police or otherwise, larger than any county, larger than any state. You'll know people that can help you throughout this world. Don't lose touch with them. The peace officer's call and vocation of profession, whatever you prefer, is certainly an honorable profession, but it is also a very complex and difficult job profession. As the chief mentioned, those friends, those community supporters, they will sustain you over time. We want you to have the best career, the best life, holistically. We want you to be long-term members of DKPD, but we want you well and healthy. And by well, we want you to be emotionally, physically, mentally, etc. well. We want you to be alive as long as you live. That means we want you to continue to learn in your life. We don't want you, when you leave the profession, being broken down. You can take care of yourself, and not only physically, emotionally, mentally, and psychologically. One of the few things I will recommend to you, you are where you are today because of your character. You would not have been employed if you didn't have appropriate quality character attributes. Always protect your character. Continue to be the person that got you here. The public trust. The public trust is fragile. Every uniform has an opportunity to influence the public trust. Don't drop the public trust. Remember, people will look at you. Competency. Your personal safety and the personal safety of your team members and your community depends upon your competency. Learn as long as you're alive. And finally, of course, an easy one that I know you're all will practice. Come to work on time and be ready to work when you get here. Also, help people solve problems while you're here. May God continue to bless you, the DKPD, and DeKalb County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to introduce the CEO, Mr. Michael Thurman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On behalf of the DeKalb County Governing Authority, which includes myself as CEO and the Board of Commissioners, on behalf of the nearly 800,000 residents of DeKalb County, I want to first extend my appreciation to Public Safety Director Lumpkin, Chief Ramos, our outstanding men and women who make up the command staff, and everyone who wears a badge and who've answered the call to protect and serve in DeKalb County. We appreciate you so much. And a special word of congratulations to 128. And I've had the privilege to stand with you on 9 different Saturday mornings over the last 9 months. And I know personally that you are men and women of integrity, of courage, and empathy for the people that you've been asked and called to serve. I appreciate you so much. And I can tell you, out of the many things that I've experienced during my tenure, being able to work on a very close basis with the recruits and the trainees and the cadets has been one thing that I will take with me as a cherished memory. So I'm so proud of you, so proud that you've already saved lives, and you're at the beginning of what I know will be a wonderful career. To family and friends who come from far and near, thank you so much for giving us your cherished sons and daughters, nieces and nephews, grandchildren, to serve our county at this critical moment in the history of DeKalb, of Georgia, and America. The men and women in uniform who I serve with are oftentimes the first line of defense and the only thing that's standing between chaos and evil and law-abiding citizens in our county. So thank you so much. You know, I'm a little old, so I can't serve with you. I'm a little old, so I can't do the push-ups that you and the chief does from time to time. But in this position, I will fight for you. And I'm going to continue to fight for you and your brothers and sisters in uniform to ensure that this county provides you with the greatest support that we can provide in training and equipment and in compensation. I also want to acknowledge Chief Judge Anderson. Thank you so much for being, give her a round of applause for being here with us today. And look, be safe, but also be confident that you are prepared, you're more than qualified to do this work. And be confident that you got a CEO and a board of commissioners who will stand with you at all times as you continue to protect and serve this great county. Thank you.
Now it's time for awards and remarks by the lead instructor, Officer Kelvin Robinson.
Good afternoon, everyone. And a special good afternoon to 128.
I'd like to give greetings to the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Michael Thurman, the member of the Board of Commissioners, the Director of Public Safety, Mr. Lumpkin, the DeKalb County Police Chief, Ms. Ramos, all the members of the command staff, our distinguished guests, and also Judge Anderson. And to include all our guests, family, friends, instructors, and all officers in attendance. I welcome and I thank you for attending the commencement ceremony for the 128th Academy class of the DeKalb County Police Department. 128th Academy class. That's big. Give a round of applause to the class. On November 29th, 2021, in the midst of a global pandemic, when there were so many uncertainties, we had 15 individuals from different communities and backgrounds report to the DeKalb County Police Academy, located at 2484 Bruce Street, to start their journey on the road to become DeKalb County police officers. As I speak, only 10 of the original 15 who started this journey are present here today. They dedicated themselves to this training through countless hours of classroom and field instruction, practical and tactical training. Through these uncertain times, Class 128 maintained their motivation and kept up with the workload and the demands of the DeKalb County Police Academy. During their 26-week training, we also emphasized the importance of engaging with the public and serving the citizens of DeKalb County through our community service. As a part of this community service, we spent many weekends assisting DeKalb County's food drive, distribution, and vaccination drive efforts. We taught the recruits that policing is more than making an arrest, writing citations. We showed them the importance of building a trusting relationship with the public. Class 128, from the first day until now, you all had many challenges to overcome. Some were individual challenges. It was a lot of individual challenges. And some were class challenges. Overall, you figured it out. You figured out a way to make it all work and go through the process called the Police Academy. I know the day seemed like it would never come, but we are here. Today, you get to stand tall and be proud of what you accomplished. This career that you have chosen is a privilege. Some would call it a calling that will test your ability to be calm in the face of adversity. As you move forward in this challenge of this lifestyle, discipline yourself to always do the right thing. Even when no one is looking, discipline yourself to continue your physical fitness and your training. Discipline yourself to continue studying the laws of this state and county policy. Now that you are ready to cross this stage, remember your training has just begun. You must strive to always remain professional and remember not to take things personally. Treat the citizens of DeKalb County fair and always use impartial policing practices. It is human nature for people to respond in accordance to the way that you treat them. So always be respectful of the rights of others. Be kind, show empathy, be patient, be polite, and most importantly, be a peacemaker. Never forget how far you came. Never forget the things that you've gone through. Never forget all the times you pushed on even when you felt you couldn't. Never forget the times that you push on and you just had those mornings where you couldn't get out of the bed. Don't forget those prayers that you prayed to keep you here. Remember that you are more than capable of accomplishing great things and overcoming difficult circumstances. Class 128, you have put in the work. You have accomplished your goal in completing and defeating the DeKalb County Police Department. Guess what, guys? You have finally made it. We would like to congratulate you on a job well done. As you go forward in your career, remember to have fun, enjoy your friends and family, surround yourself with those who are positive influences on you and your career. Always seek to continue your training while maintaining integrity. Never forget your oath of office and your responsibility to serve and protect the community of DeKalb County. Remember that you are not alone in this battle. You have family of officers that have your back on and off duty. Even though I crack jokes, guys, you can still call me after you graduate. The citizens of this county support you and they appreciate you. We appreciate you for taking up the challenge to become the DeKalb County Police Officer. Once again, congratulations, 128. I am proud of you all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the award part of this particular ceremony. The first award will be the Firearms Award. Over the course of the academy, the recruits were required to shoot approximately 1,000 rounds of ammunition through their Glock 17 9mm pistol. The recruits also had the opportunity to become familiar with the tactical shotgun and the patrol rifle. They were required to pass several firearm courses, including the Georgia State qualifying course, the DeKalb County stress course, the double actions multiple adversity course, and night shooting. As a part of this training, recruits shot from behind cover while on the move, on the ground, and with their non-dominant hands. These and other tactical shooting situations encourage the recruits to maintain their composure and think and fight through difficult situations. Before I announce the winner of the Firearms Award, I would like to recognize the runner-up. When I announce your name, please stand and be recognized. The runner-up for the Firearms Award with an average of 94.8% is Brian Weldon. Now, this was a close one, guys. The winner of the Firearms Award with the average score of 94.9% is Mr. Farley. The next award is the Academic Award. Throughout the academy, each recruit was required to take and pass over 45 tests. These tests were not only academic classes such as criminal justice, criminal law, community-oriented policing, verbal defense and influence, juvenile law, crime scene tactics, aspartame, taser, OC spray, a lot of classes. It also included a lot of practical classes. Before I announce the winner of the Academic Award, I would like to recognize the runner-up. When I announce your name, please stand and be recognized. The runner-up for the Academic Award with the average test score of 96.2 is Brittany King. The winner of the Academic Award with an average score of 98% is Brian Weldon. The next award to be presented is the Spirit of the Class Award. This recipient of this award is chosen by the class as a person who continuously motivated them, kept their spirits alive, and made them laugh in the middle of refocusing sessions, and gave them a reason to continue no matter the circumstances. The hard work and dedication that this recruit put in throughout the academy with a never giving up attitude motivated us all. The winner of the Spirit of the Class Award, as voted by her fellow recruits, is Brittany King. The next award will be the Instructor's Choice Award. This award is given to the recruit chosen by the instructor, which is me, to have exemplified outstanding leadership and what it means to go above and beyond standards that was expected of them. This person led from the front from day one and stepped up to the plate to be the class leader. Remember that leadership is not just being about in charge, it's about taking care of their people and making sure that their people are willing to follow. You may not always be popular, but you are firm, fair, sincere. The winner of the Instructor Choice Award is Brian Weldon. Yes, sir. And our final award will be the Fraternal Order of Police Award. This award is presented to the DeKalb County Police recruit who demonstrated a commitment to law enforcement with integrity. This individual has exemplified, even in the face of adversity, the core values of law enforcement, such as honesty, trust, fairness, respect, and community responsibility both on and off duty. This recruit was able to inspire classmates to persevere, to achieve to high values laid out by the canons of police ethics. This award comes with 1-year membership to the DeKalb County Fraternal Order of Police Lodge, the FOP Leadership Award and Integrity Award for Class 128 goes to Marquise Watson. Good job.
Thank you, Instructor Robinson. Please give him a round of applause, and again, congratulations to the new officers that received the awards. Now it's time to hear from the class leader. Mr. Weldon, come on up.
Good afternoon, family and friends. Thank you all for joining us today. Class 128, what an amazing experience this police academy journey has been. We have come a long way from day one. My mind often wanders back to that early morning in the gym. So many different voices telling us where to go and what to do when we got there. Our minds racing with 1,000 thoughts mixed with confusion and fear of the unknown. Attempting to motivate a room full of strangers while still trying to motivate one's own self. Every passing minute feeling like an eternity with no end in sight. And as mentally, physically, and emotionally stressful as that day may have been, we fought. There may have been times when we wanted to give up and quit, but we fought. There were times, plenty of times, that these instructors pushed every last button, but we fought. Personal obligations and unexpected roadblocks that temporarily knocked us off course, but we fought. And here we are today, crossing the finish line, and those early emotions and events are now just a memory. Through a combination of lecture, practical examination, and personal experience, the instructors of the DeKalb County Police Department Training Academy have instilled the necessary skills to become great police officers. I am confident that in the state of New Jersey, the state of Georgia, I'm from New Jersey, sorry about that. In the state of Georgia and throughout much of the country, there is no better training available than what is offered here at the DeKalb County Police Department. There is no doubt in my mind that our instructors have given us their maximum effort on a daily basis, and for that, the 120th class will be eternally in their debt. To our family and friends, thank you. We needed you to get through this process, and you never wavered. Without you all, this would not be possible. Thank you for all that you have done and will continue to do as we continue on our journey in law enforcement. To my classmates, where do I start? We made it together. We were physically, mentally, and emotionally challenged together. We had the experience of being tased and OC sprayed together as well. But guess what? We did it together. I could not imagine a better group of people with whom I want to share this experience. The memories we created these past 6 months will remain with us for the remainder of our careers and beyond. From recruits to officers, here we stand today. I pray for you all. I pray that when you depart from your homes and families to begin your shift, that you return home safely to your loved ones. I want you all to remember that I will forever have your backs, and I know that you will forever have mine. My brothers and sisters, please always remain vigilant. Keep your head on the swivel, and most of all, stay safe.
Well done, well done, well done, well done.
On behalf of Class 128, we'd like to present this plaque to Major Donnie James.
This plaque will be placed on the academy walls along with the previous 127 academies that graduated from our police academy. Class 128, job well done. Please give your class leader a round of applause. Chief, Class 128 has completed all mandated state training and are now ready to receive their badges.
Roosevelt Barley, badge 3702, South Precinct. His badge will be pinned by his father, Frank Barley. Joseph Kohler, badge 3703, North Central Precinct. His badge will be pinned by his mother, Christina Kohler. Lindarius Farley, badge 3704, Tucker Precinct. His badge will be pinned by his wife and former DeKalb County Sheriff's Department Officer Jessica Farley. Daniel Falik, badge 3705, East Precinct. His badge will be pinned by his son, Hanuk Daniel. Marcus Golden, badge 3706, South Precinct. His badge will be pinned by his father, Jimmy Golden. Ashley Nicole Harvey, badge 3707, East Precinct. Her badge will be pinned by her daughter, Annalise Nicole Sargent. Kamrul Islam, badge 3708, East Precinct. His badge will be pinned by his father, Muhammad Nurul Islam. Brittany King, badge 3709, Tucker Precinct. Her badge will be pinned by her mother, retired Detective Linda King from Metropolitan Police Department. Marquise Watson, badge 3710, North Central Precinct. His badge will be pinned by his mother, Cynthia Cure. And Brian Weldon, badge 3711, North Central Precinct. His badge will be pinned by Instructor Bonahini with DeKalb County Police. Hey, good job.
Class, left face. Take your seats. I'd now like to introduce Honorable Judge Burrell Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is always one of the highlights of my day, and indeed one of the high honors of my career, to be able to administer the oath of office to these new officers. If you will please stand. Raise your right hands, please, and repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the State of Georgia, that I will faithfully enforce the laws of the State of Georgia and the County of DeKalb, that I will faithfully perform all the duties of my office, and that I will faithfully observe all the rules, orders, and regulations of the DeKalb County Police Department. I do further swear or affirm that I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due this state or any political subdivision or authority thereof, that I am not the holder of any office of trust under the government of the United States, any other state, or any foreign state, which by the laws of the State of Georgia, I am prohibited from holding, and that I am otherwise qualified to be a police officer according to the Constitution and the laws of the State of Georgia. I do further swear or affirm that as a police officer, I will faithfully serve and protect to the best of my ability all citizens, regardless of race, color, or creed. I accept the law enforcement code or canon of ethics as my standard of conduct while on or off duty, and swear to faithfully abide by and defend the same. Congratulations.
New officers, take your seat. Before I give my closing remarks, I want to show a special appreciation to Judge Burrell Anderson, Mr. CEO, and the Director of Public Safety, Chief of Police Martha Ramos. Thank you for supporting us in Class 128. The race is not given to the swift nor the strong, but is given to the one who endures to the end. You all have demonstrated determination and ability to persevere when faced with obstacles. The various aspects of police training design not only challenge you by pushing you to your limits, but this training also reinforces your determination. It's not solely about how you start the process, but more importantly, about how you finish it. Each of you have gained strength from each other along the way. Your journey has been arduous, but you have met each and every obstacle, challenge set before you. The bond you all built during this process will last a lifetime. There will be only one DKPD class number 128. The reason why we're here today is because you have conquered this milestone. You have successfully completed 26 weeks in the police academy, and you should be very proud of yourselves and each other. We, DeKalb County police officers are celebrating right along with you. We're glad that you have made it to this point, and you will now join the ranks of the elite men and women who proudly wear this uniform and badge. But it's not over. In many ways, it's just beginning. The relationships that you have built with each other and instructors will now expand to other officers and countless people in the communities that you will soon patrol. You have bestowed an honor today that many only dreamt about. Please remember why you're here. Each of you shared your story on the first day of training, and it was a revelation, even enlightening as to why you chose this path. Do not forget who you represent and where you come from. Do not forget what you've been through and where you want to go in this profession. It is with honor, integrity, strength, and fortitude that you enter the ranks of the few who have taken the oath to serve and protect the citizens of DeKalb County. Today, you have changed the trajectory of your life. As you cross the stage and receive your badges, I wondered if you thought about what path you will forge. What type of officer do you want to be? What imprint will you leave on this department? Now, with the knowledge that you have acquired, the confidence you have gained, the determination that you have displayed, it's time to step to the next level. Citizens of DeKalb County, Mr. CEO, Director of Public Safety, Chief, Command Staff, it is indeed my pleasure to graduate Class 128 and introduce these newfound officers who are eager and ready to serve the communities throughout the county. Everyone, please join me in congratulating these new officers. We'll now have benediction from Chaplain Gregory Webb.
To class 128th, again, congratulations. Listen, it's our prayer that you always stay in the front seat of the police car. Amen. It's a very serious responsibility to be a police officer. Don't take it lightly. You have a city, a village of all these people, your family or friends, that you can lean on. All right? You understand? Our chief is not playing. Now for the words that you've been waiting to hear since this morning. You know what those words are? Let us pray. Father, we do thank you for these brave men and women who heard the call of freedom. And they came running saying, what must I do to be a part of DeKalb County? And Father, now as today they have joined the ranks, Father, we pray that you'll wrap your loving arms round about them, that you'll keep them safe, we pray. That, Father, you will not allow not one officer to be hurt, harmed, or injured in the performance of their duty. And not only watch over all of our officers, but their families while they're absent serving. We thank you for this day. Thank you for these fine officers. Thank you for the ability to serve and protect with dignity and respect. We thank you, Father. We ask your blessings now over all of us. In your Son's name we pray. And we all say, amen.
Everyone, please remain seated as Class 128 exits the auditorium. They will be in the lobby to greet family after the ceremony ends.
Fire! Up to you, Chip! 128! Stand up. Strong as one! Lead by none! Who are we? We are one! Who are we? 128! Forward, march. Left, 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 right. Left, 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 right, left, left.
This now concludes our ceremony.
I did it for my health.
I did it for my mother.
I did it for the people I served.
Hago por mis nietos y por mí.
I did it for my friends. I took the COVID vaccine because I have a strong desire to maintain my health and enjoy life. I got the vaccine for my family, for my partner, and just overall better quality of life.
Me vacuné por mis nietos y por mí, porque es importante, si yo no me cuido, no puedo cuidarlos a ellos.
So I got the vaccine not only for myself, but for those I served and also the community around me.
Anything that would protect me and my family, that was a easy decision.
Did you know more than 40,000 people are killed each year in traffic collisions? Every 16 minutes, a deadly car accident occurs. My name is Lieutenant Gregory Vanderpool with the DeKalb County Police Department Traffic Section. The law requires all drivers and their passenger to wear safety belts while vehicles are moving. Why not take a few extra seconds to buckle up? It only takes 2 or 3 seconds. Even buckling up 20 times a day requires a minute or less. The simple act of buckling up is the best way to save lives and reduce injuries from crashing. In a crash, wearing a seatbelt reduces your chance of being killed or seriously injured by 50%. It takes only an instant to die or to become permanently injured in a crash. Remember, buckle up, stay alive, arrive alive. This public safety message is brought to you by the DeKalb County Police Department and DCTV.
Good morning. I'm Janine Gettle, the Director of the Water Division at EPA Region 4, and I am very excited to be here today. Thank you, DeKalb County, for hosting us. In EPA Region 4, the Water Division works with water programs in the 8 southeastern states, including, of course, the great state of Georgia, where our regional office is headquartered. As the Director of the Water Division, one of my highest priorities is clean water for every individual and community in the Southeast. EPA is committed to making transformational investments in America's water infrastructure to provide clean water to those communities. We are delighted to be here today to announce a new loan being awarded to DeKalb County under EPA's Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, or the WIFIA program. And it is now my honor to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Michael Thurman, who is DeKalb County's Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Thurman was elected Chief Executive Officer of DeKalb County in 2016, and his priorities are consistent with EPA's, including removing blight, fulfilling the federal state sewer consent agreement, and ensuring accurate water bills. Help me welcome CEO Michael Thurman to the podium for his remarks.
Good morning. This is truly a beautiful day in DeKalb County, Georgia. And I want to thank Ms. Ghetto first for her leadership, her support, for being a DeKalb County resident. Give her a hand, isn't that cool? And for her outstanding work at EPA. I also want to take a moment to recognize many of the outstanding guests that we have with us today. You will hear from them shortly, but I want to officially welcome you to the beautiful county of DeKalb, the great state of Georgia. First of all, Ms. Rahika Fox. Ms. Fox is the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Assistant Administrator. Let's just give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. A young man I've known since he was a freshman at Clark Atlanta University, who is an amazing leader, a loving husband and father, and I can't tell you just how personally proud I am and how proud DeKalb County is of our Region 4 EPA Administrator, Mr. Daniel Blackman. You already met Ms. Gettles, who is the Region 4 Water Protection Division Director. To my left is District 7 Commissioner, the Chair of Public Works, our committee here in DeKalb County. All of the infrastructure amendments, appropriations must receive approval from this young lady and her committee, so y'all be real nice to her. District 7 Commissioner, Ms. Lorraine Cochran Johnson. To my right, Commissioner from District 3. This is your district? He gave us permission to actually come and host this press conference in his district today. He's also the president of NACO, the National County Officers Association. He's the leader of some 4,000 elected county officials around this nation, an amazing public servant, a great friend, Commissioner Larry Johnson. We must have support from our communities and our community leaders, and we must receive feedback, constructive criticism when necessary, to help us plot a course and a vision to improve and repair and upgrade our water systems. Ms. Juliette Cohen is the co-chair of our CRP advisory group. She does a great job also with the Chattahoochee River and keeping it safe for the citizens of North Georgia and for our state. Let's give Ms. Cohen a round of applause. Thank you so much. Where is Ms. Cohen? She's over here. There's Ms. Cohen. Okay, over there. So thank you all so much. I'll stop, but let me just say this. These loans, these WIFIA loans, make it possible for us to correct years, quite frankly, of neglect where we did not make the proper investments. Because EPA has been such an important and engaged partner with DeKalb County, we are able to make the investments and do it in a way that is not overly burdensome to our ratepayers. I thank you so much at the regional and national office, and I thank you on behalf not only of myself and my fellow members of the governing authority, but the nearly 800,000 residents of DeKalb County. But for you, we would not be here celebrating this amazing day. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Thurman. The commitment to clean water starts at the highest levels in EPA. where we have recognized and prioritized the crucial need to invest in water infrastructure and the transformational potential of those investments. And you cannot find a more avid advocate for clean water for communities than our Assistant Administrator for the Office of Water, Rodica Fox. We are lucky to have Assistant Administrator Fox here with us today, and we are lucky to have her leading in the Office of Water at EPA. Assistant Administrator Fox has more than 20 years of experience in developing policies, programs, and issue-based advocacy campaigns. She has worked as the U.S. Water Alliance CEO and spearheaded the popular advocacy campaign, Imagine a Day Without Water. Prior to joining the U.S. Water Alliance, Assistant Administrator Fox directed policy and government affairs for the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. It is now my honor to introduce EPA's Assistant Administrator for the Office of Water, Rodica Fox.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Yes, good morning. So I want to first start by saying Happy Infrastructure Week. All around the country, communities are celebrating the value of infrastructure like what we're talking about here today. I'm so excited to be with you, CEO Michael Thurman, Commissioner Larry Johnson, Commissioner Lorraine Cochran-Johnson, and of course my dear friend, Region 4 Administrator Daniel Blackman. It's just so wonderful to be with all of you today. You know, water is so essential to our daily lives. If you think about it, from the moment when we get up in the morning and make that first cup of coffee to the end of the day when we brush our teeth, water is essential to everything that we do. But what we often don't think about is the infrastructure, the water systems that make that happen, that deliver that clean, safe water to every home, to every business, to every community. And but it's essential to everything. And so EPA is so proud to be partnered with local communities like DeKalb to help you access water infrastructure funding like the WIFIA loan that we're celebrating today. You know, Janine mentioned I worked at the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission at a local water agency just like this. And I remember the day that we received our first WIFIA loan and what it meant. It meant that we could deliver more projects like this to our communities, and we could do it at a lower cost. And so that's why I'm so thrilled to join you to celebrate and to announce DeKalb's second WIFIA loan. $284 million that will help finance a $579 million water infrastructure renewal program. And this program that you're running, CEO Thurman, it is something that is helping these water systems improve, helping improve and protect public health, but you are also creating 2,000 good-paying jobs. You are helping prevent 70 water main breaks that can be so disruptive to neighborhoods when they happen. And you're doing it because of the low-cost financing from the EPA. You'll be saving ratepayers, residents of DeKalb, $62 million while you do it. So congratulations, just truly congratulations. And the EPA, we are so proud of the WIFIA program. We have closed about 83 WIFIA loans since the program started. It has delivered $32 billion in investment to communities all around the country, and it's created over 95,000 jobs while we've made those investments. It's simply incredible what this program has done. And you know, those are big numbers, but really what it means at the local level is that EPA is your partner. We are partners to you at the local level, at the state level, as you're working to meet pressing water and needs in your communities. And what we're celebrating today, this investment, this project, it's an example of what's more to come because of President Biden's vision and leadership in getting the bipartisan infrastructure law in place. And I want to acknowledge that the Georgia congressional delegation was essential in getting the bipartisan infrastructure law done. Whether it was Senator Joan Ossoff, Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock, Representative David Scott, Representative Louis McBath, Representative Hank Johnson, they all made these investments a reality for Georgia. In fact, we're going to be investing over the next 5 years at EPA $50 billion in water infrastructure improvements all around the country. And this year alone, 2022 alone, Georgia will be receiving $158 million through the bipartisan infrastructure law. So there is so much to celebrate. I want to congratulate DeKalb on your achievement today, and more to come. So again, happy Infrastructure Week.
Thank you, Assistant Administrator Fox. We're proud to be joined here today by representatives from Senator Raphael Warnock's office, and to have remarks offered on behalf of Senator Ossoff by his State Director, Ms. Chandra Harris. Ms. Harris?
Good morning. It's a beautiful morning to be here for such a great announcement with some great friends and leaders here in DeKalb County. I'm Chandra Harris from Senator Ossoff's office. Wanted to share some greetings from the senator who's in Washington today. The WIFIA program has been critical, as many of you know, to investing in Georgia's water infrastructure by providing long-term, low-cost loans for projects of regional and national significance. Including this award that we're celebrating today, in the last 5 years alone, the Metro Atlanta region has received over $610 million in loan awards through WIFIA. DeKalb's award will allow the county to make critical investments in their drinking water system to protect public health today and for years to come for over 75,000 residents in this area where we're standing today. These investments in Georgia's water infrastructure are a top priority for Senator Ossoff, and I'm so happy to be here with all of you today announcing this investment, and will be even more excited to come back and celebrate the completion of the project in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Warnock.
We appreciate the support of both Senator Ossoff and Senator Warnock. Thank you for being here today. It is now my pleasure to introduce Larry Johnson, who represents District 3 on the Board of the Commissioners of DeKalb County. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. All right, good morning and welcome to Merriam Lane. This is a very precious neighborhood. If you look around, the nice yards, the magnolia trees, just the peace and quiet. And these are established Decatur residents who've been here for years, and Tony Valley is up the way. And then it leads you to Candler Road, which is one of the amazing roads. I want to call it Boulevard. That's my next step. But it leads you to the life of just precious people in our community. I just want to thank first our President Biden. I was on the press conference on Monday with all of our mayors and all our representatives across the country. And just thank him for what I call the bipartisan infrastructure law, bill for short. It's $55 billion that's going to be invested all over the nation, and $284 million is coming to DeKalb, and we appreciate that. So let's give the President a hand and Vice President Harris. And it's very crucial to the lifeblood of what we're doing, and so I'm just excited to be here, to be represented, the people in our area, and just thank the EPA and what you all are doing, and Ms. Fox and Mr. Blackman. You all represent what we've been trying to do around infrastructure for years, and now we will save the residents of DeKalb $62 million. And that's a lot of money that we can use for other projects in our area. So thank you. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to see these projects coming to fruition, because the residents of DeKalb and District 3, this will help us go a long way in making sure our water is clean, our water and sewer system is safe and efficient. And this is a good time for us. And thank you, Mr. CEO, just for your leadership, because he has done everything underground. But I want to know he's a leader above ground. And he has done some amazing work that I think years to come we will be able to see and maintain. I want to thank our watershed team that's here as well. Just really bringing the vision and helping the folks in DeKalb to make sure our water is safe and clean. So thank you so much, and thank you for the loan. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. And now it's my pleasure to introduce DeKalb County Commissioner Lorraine Cochran Johnson, who represents District 7.
Good morning, everyone. Of course, I am Lorraine Cochran Johnson, and I do represent District 7, but I also chair Public Works and Infrastructure. I stand here this morning, and it is truly a new day in DeKalb. We said it was a new day, CEO, when we began the replacement of the water meters. But today, I hope everyone that's present truly understands the magnitude of this moment for us. DeKalb has come such a long way. When you look at infrastructure and you look at water, you're looking at not only public health, but also long-term economic development. Through these loans, you know, I feel, CEO, I need to call you back because I've had to read all these documents as the chair of PWI. So for me, I know what it has taken us to get here today. I understand the magnitude of what's ahead of us because in many instances here in DeKalb, we're dealing with over 100 years of necessary replacement of pipes and infrastructure. And through the expansion, replacement, and enlarging those pipes, it increases our capacity to grow as a county, and it creates a new trajectory for us all. So when we talk about saving $62 million, this is far greater than the savings. So I am thankful. I want to say thank you to Maria Hauser because we've created dynamic models and systems that have led us to this day. We've had to negotiate and renegotiate with the EPA. So thanks to Ms. Fox and Mr. Blackman, because things have not always been easy to get us to this point. But this allows us to continue ongoing CIP and capital improvement. And I'm also very excited to say that it doesn't just stop here because, you know, I think it's Habakkuk 2, verses 2 through 3, that says, write the vision and make it plain. And here in DeKalb, CEO, I'm so proud to say that we recently passed our ongoing water sewer improvement plan that carries us through 2050. I've read all these things word for word, so that's why I stand here and I get so excited because I know where we are and I know from whence we've come. So I want to honestly just say from the bottom of my heart, CEO, I watch you emphatically in the work that you've done and how you've gone about doing it. Not everyone could have done this, or it would have been done a long time ago. Due to the cost that's associated with the improvements that we're undertaking, this was not a small challenge. This has been a Herculean task. So I also want to thank our legal department, who is engaged in countless meetings to get us to this point. Maria Hauser, who's been the champion of the development of our static models. And to all of you that have come here today, welcome to the new DeKalb and to the EPA. Thank you so much. This is an investment that you will see for generations to come, and I'm proud to be a part of that team that sat at the table during these critical conversations and had the ability to support CEO Thurman as we made this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cochran Johnson. I also want to acknowledge that we have representation here from Congresswoman Nikema Williams' office. Aaron Johnson has joined us. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Juliet Cohen, the DeKalb County Watershed Capital Improvements Program Advisory Group Co-Chair. In addition to her role as the Advisory Group Co-Chair, Ms. Cohen has served as the Executive Director for the Chattahoochee Riverkeeper since 2015. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Cohen.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here among so many hardworking and committed professionals at every level, from those in the field to those at county and state and federal levels. We know every day what it takes to deliver clean water and to protect public health, and so we are deeply appreciative of what everyone here is doing to deliver that clean water, to deliver jobs, and to deliver it at a great savings to the residents of DeKalb. And I am actually a DeKalb resident for the last 19 years, in addition to serving as director of Chattahoochee Riverkeeper and co-chair of the CIP advisory group. The CIP advisory group has been tracking the capital improvement program and consent decree work for more than a decade, and we do see a new light and a new day here at DeKalb County. And for that reason, the advisory group has asked me to read a statement in support of all of the good work that is happening here today. So the Capital Improvement Program Advisory Group was formed more than a decade ago to ensure there was input from informed professionals and county residents with regard to the Department of Watershed Management's Capital Improvement Program and consent decree with EPA, ensuring that we have a modern, efficient system supplying water to DeKalb County is a shared priority for all of us. Our Department of Watershed Management is currently supplying water to almost 800,000 residents, and by 2060, it will be nearly 1 million people. With such a great demand on our water resources now and in the future, the members of the advisory group are pleased to see the EPA provide low-cost financing for system updates to DeKalb County's water infrastructure system. We look forward to participating in the implementation of the important projects that this funding will allow the county to tackle between now and 2028. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. And last, but certainly not least, it is my privilege to introduce our own Region 4 Administrator, Daniel Blackman. President Biden appointed Daniel Blackman to serve as the Regional Administrator for EPA's Southeast Region in November of 2021. In this role, Regional Administrator Blackman is leading efforts to protect public health and the environment for the region spanning Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and 6 federally recognized tribes. Regional Administrator Blackman has dedicated his career to creating economic opportunities for marginalized communities throughout the South, specifically in building more resilient communities with equitable economic opportunity, greater access to education, and a healthy environment for all. Please join me in welcoming Regional Administrator Daniel Blackman to the podium.
Thank you, DeKalb County, for providing this tree canopy. I think it's important as we enter into the summer months in the state of Georgia that we recognize how important it is to enjoy this time. It could not have been a more beautiful and quality day than what we've inherited. I want to thank those offices represented here, Nakima Williams, Senator Ossoff, and Senator Warnock's office. I want to thank my good friend, Michael Thurman has known me since I was 19, so this is a very long time coming, but there's so many people here that have been a part of this. To Radica Fox, who is leading our efforts out of D.C. and doing a phenomenal job. We don't get to see each other as much as we would like, but as she travels around the country, we always welcome her to Region 4. And to my colleague, Janine Gettles, who is doing phenomenal work around water, not only in the state of Georgia, but around our region. It is so important for us to recognize the opportunities that exist, not only in DeKalb County, but in this state. And to those of you that surround us, the workers, and those that are going to help to make this vision a reality. Infrastructure is beyond important, but our greatest natural resource are the people that live in our counties and our communities. And I want to thank all of you for being here today. Being the last speaker, I'm not going to hold you up too long, but I want to thank you for joining us. And I want to thank all those who have spoke, especially both Johnsons, the commissioners that represent DeKalb County. There is so much of a really great presence and opportunity when you have great representation. Millions in the state of Georgia live at or below poverty. And the opportunity to save $62 million in these types of situations goes a long way, but it speaks volumes to the leadership that represents these areas. The event today is to celebrate this announcement of $248 million WIFIA loan that DeKalb County has secured to modernize their water infrastructure, which is critical to all of us, not only in DeKalb County, but around the United States. And I thank my boss, Michael Regan, but also the President of the United States, Joe Biden, for making a priority the interests and the quality and health of the communities in which we serve. For those that may not know me, I was sworn as EPA Regional Administrator, as Janine mentioned, here in the Southeast region, not even 6 months ago. And it should be a testament to know that within the brief time that we've been here, being able to secure these opportunities for counties like DeKalb means a lot, but speaks to the accelerated goals and priorities that we have as a region, but also our commitments to ensuring that these communities have what they need. As the EPA Regional Administrator, I've had the opportunity to not only partner with our 8 states here in the Southeast, but also engage with local communities. We've hit the ground running, focused on issues that deal with the climate crisis, while also helping to ensure investments are made to underserved communities. This includes our indigenous populations who joined us this week in our Region 4 office to speak about the concerns of those 6 federally recognized tribes that are within Region 4. As my EPA colleague, Rodica Fox, mentioned, water is a precious resource, and this loan will help ensure your drinking water system is more resilient through this modernization project. Now, I want to pause and say something that's not on my notes, because a lot of times we talk about these large amounts of monies and we say these numbers really quickly in our talking points. But she mentioned $50 billion. And I want you all to understand the significance that that type of investment has in the United States and in states like Georgia and counties like DeKalb. That is a tremendous amount that is going to help to repair, rebuild, replenish, and restore our communities, our counties, and our nation. By improving water infrastructure, we're also improving the quality of life and public health in our communities. And also, thanks to the recent historic bipartisan infrastructure law, many more of these communities will benefit from the win-win of water infrastructure investment. Here in Georgia, as Rodica mentioned, this means over $158 million this year from the bipartisan infrastructure law for water and wastewater infrastructure investments. That means that not only will this impact us today, but for generations to come. As I close out, I just want to say how excited I am for DeKalb County as you move forward in your water modernization project with the support of the WIFIA loan. I'm so proud of DeKalb, setting an example that I hope is a blueprint for other counties around the nation to follow. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for all those who shared their comments. At this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Janine Gettle.
Thank you, Daniel. Well, just join me in thanking all of our speakers one more time, and all of the representatives that have come out, and all of you for being here today for this celebration. This concludes our formal comments, and at this time I'd like to see if there are any questions from members of the press.
How rare is it for a jurisdiction to receive 2 WIFIA loans?
Oh. It is quite an accomplishment that DeKalb has received. This is their 2nd WIFIA loan. They received one on the wastewater side, so congratulations.
Are there any other questions or final comments?
From people who are actually from the media. How about that?
Certainly.
No, we're good.
Anything else? Well, thank you again. We appreciate you being here today. We appreciate the support, and we're very excited about this project that is destined to improve and give us safer and cleaner water here in DeKalb County. Thank you.
welcome to the graduation ceremony for Class 117. Let's give a round of applause for our recruits. That was amazing. Agree? Good afternoon. My name is Captain Haygood. I will be your MC for today's ceremony. At this time, I'm asking that you please stand. DeKalb County Honor Guard will lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Please welcome Chaplain Lemon with the invocation.
Thank you, Captain. I ask you all to join me in the position and posture for prayer. Every head bowed, every eye closed. Supremely great, all-wise, all-merciful one, thou who orders our breath and our very steps. Thou God, we come today with reverence, asking you to touch and bless this occasion with your powerful hand. Have mercy on us, O God, out of your goodness and out of your abundance of compassion. Blot out any offense. Lord, with resolute faith and trust in you, we claim your providential word, which declares that all things work together for the good, for them that love the Lord and are called according to God's purpose. Lord, we come here today asking you to bless those joining the ranks today and to give them the strength to serve the present age. Bless them, O Lord, with a will to power and abilities that remain sharp. Bless us all, O Lord, with the energy and protection to weather any storm, survive any challenge, endure any hardship. We declare that all praises be unto you, O God. Lord, continue to uplift this department, this great county that we serve, its citizens and stakeholders. Lead us and guide us each and every day, each and every way as we travel down life's highway. In your merciful name, let us all say, Amen.
Thank you very much. Okay. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you our command staff. To my left, we'll start with our fire chief, Chief Darnell Fulham. Chief Carter. Chief Voorhees. Chief Roberts. Captain Stroop. Captain McCullough. Instructor Goddard. Instructor Gray. Instructor Heindel. Instructor Leota. Instructor Lillard. Instructor Martin. Instructor McCullough. Instructor McWilliams. I apologize. Instructor Morris. Instructor Payne. Instructor Riggs. Instructor Skilling. And finally, Instructor Trotty. Let's give it up for these wonderful instructors who have taken the time to make sure these recruits make it to this day today. At this time, I'd like to recognize anyone in the audience that are members of the military, retired military, current firefighters, retired firefighters, or family members servicing other fire departments. Please stand. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for supporting your loved ones during this long, intense, vigorous, strenuous, rewarding process on becoming one of DeKalb County's elite group of men and women. So give yourself a round of applause. Is that all you got? Come on, we can do better. Give yourself a round of applause. Instructor Gary.
Well, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Oh, yeah, come on, we can do better than that. How you doing? We should be excited because these people are finally graduating, right? Make some noise. Woo! Class 117. Oh, my goodness. Seemed like it took forever to get here. How many of you are glad that this is over? Yeah, absolutely. So I always have to say that we also have to give a hand to the finest fire department in the state, if not the nation, DeKalb County Fire Rescue. Give it up. Yeah. It's my fire department, right? All right, so I have the honor and privilege of sharing with you the special awards. So these are people that kind of did some, I guess you would call them special things during recruit class. So we'll always start with the academic award. So the academic award, of course, goes to the person with the highest GPA. Now, this young man was kind of interesting to me. First of all, his grade point average was a 98.1. That's pretty amazing, okay? Now, we have two portions, firefighter 1, firefighter 2. In the firefighter 2 portion, out of 7 tests, 6 of his tests were 100s. Fat brains. He has a fat brain. This guy's smart. So the person who receives this academic award is Mr. Dustin Bloom. Good job. All right. So every class has to complete a PCT. Now, a PCT is 11 skills that these firefighters have to perform. And it's probably over a distance, and I'm guessing, but it's probably about 150 yards. They do this in full turnout gear, breathing air, right? Instructor Heindel likes to call it 13 minutes of pure difficulty. You thought I was going to say it. No, I'm not going to say family show. But anyway, so it's 11 different skills that they have to perform. And trust me, it is very difficult, very difficult. Now, we have to kind of give honor to the guys who are able to do this in a 7-minute time frame. Now, understand, 11 exercises over 150 yards. I'm not adequately giving you an understanding of how difficult this is. But we had 3 gentlemen who were able to complete this within a 7-minute time frame. And they're part of what we like to call the 7-minute club. Those 3 gentlemen are Mr. Jenkins, come on over, Mr. Bloom, and Mr. Barker. Give it up. Now, you don't get one. I was just kidding. Hang on. Now, out of the 3 of these gentlemen, the one who had the fastest time, which was 7 minutes and 20 seconds, is Mr. Barker. Give it up. He kind of surprised me, but he did it. Good job, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a seat. All right. This next award is the award I like to call the Exemplary Attitude Award. Yeah, this award goes to somebody who, no matter what you ask them to do, they did it with everything they had. And not only did they do it with everything they had, they pretty much smiled the whole time. We have a 7-story tower. We could have thrown him off of the 7-story tower, and he would have smiled the whole way down to the ground. This guy's attitude was amazing, to the point to where when I asked the question, who do you think should get the Exemplary Attitude Award? It was unanimous without a second thought. Mr. Armando Torrejon. See, look at him. Look at him. Good job, buddy. Good job, man. Oh, hang on. So you got stars. Right on. All right. Any organization that does magnificent things, any organization that grows and does great things for the community, such as the fire department, needs not just good leadership, but great leadership. So just for me, I want to give a hand to our leadership. Can we do that? Now, part of what we do in the Fire Academy is try to get these young men and women ready to be a part of the fire department at large. And one thing they have to understand is that we have a particular order that we have to follow. You don't just run up to people and start asking questions. There's an order, and there are certain people that you need to speak to in a particular order. So what we do is we have squad leaders. We have a class leader and squad leaders. And I tell these guys and girls usually when we get started, if this class is going to be successful, it will be successful because of the hard work of these young men who basically take on the leadership of all of this class on their shoulders. And anything that we ask them to do, they make it happen. They make it happen. So my squad leaders for this class was Bloom, come on up, Johansson, Mr. Keebler, or Kubler, I call him Keebler, I'm sorry. Popknot, Campbell, Hicks, and Smith. Give them a hand. If you don't get the right one, just hold on to it. But that's good. Now, with this group of guys, I had one guy in particular who was in charge of these guys and pretty much all of the recruits. Anything we needed, if there was an issue, we went to him first. And the reality is, we kind of let him know early on, if we look bad, you look worse. So make sure that everything we ask to be done, that you do it as it should be done to the best of your ability. So our class leader for this class was Mr. Barker, and he gets the Leadership Award. Come on down, sir. Let's give him a hand, y'all. All right. We're getting to the end. I know I always take too long. Don't I talk too much? Yeah, I love talking. Okay. Next award. This is what we call our Lionheart Award. Now, I like this award because this award usually is given to a person who rode the struggle bus quite a bit in recruit school, meaning they had some difficulties. It was not easy for this person, but they persevered. They never quit. And I'll just go ahead and say it. She did a lot of stuff that I know she had some problems with. And the reason I say, I'll go ahead and say she, because she's the only one in the class. So, it kind of gave it away when I said she. But Miss Gwen started out with some difficulties, seriously. But she overcame every last one of them. She worked hard, and she's here today. Now, there are a lot of people who didn't make it here today, but she did. So let's give it up for Miss Chloe Gwen. All right. So there's one more, and then I want to say a couple of things, and I'll sit down. So we had a recruit that everybody said, oh, well, let me preface it this way. They said, this guy is coming back. I'm like, seriously? This guy's coming back? Now, the reason I say seriously, because he worked here, he started in the recruit class in 1997. So they said, he's coming back for this class. Now, I'm not going to tell him how old you are, sir. Do you mind? I can tell him. This guy's coming back, and he is 48 years old. Yes, give him a hand. Because the first thing I said was, is he crazy? Has he lost his mind? But no, he decided he wanted to come back and be a part of the best fire department in the Southeast. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I was worried about this guy. Because I'm like, I know how we do what we do out there, and we go hard. But he came back, and I was really glad to see that he was willing to put forth the effort to do what needed to be done. Now, initially, when we talked about doing this award, it was kind of a gag for me. I'm not going to lie to you. But the more I thought about it, and the more I thought about what it took for him to come back, that's pretty big. And I felt like we needed to recognize that. So, Mr. John McClain, come on down, sir, and get the award that I like to call So Nice, I Did It Twice. Woo! Yeah. 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 You earned it, buddy. Yeah, give it up. That's pretty awesome. Not to mention that I worked with his dad at Station 16. So he's a legacy kid, if we can use the word kid for a 48-year-old man, but yes. So real quick, and I'll sit down and get out of you guys' way. I like to leave the class with a final word, if you will. So I thought about something that I say a lot, and I try to remember where I got it from. And I finally remembered the other day. So when I was in high school, I ran track for a little bit. And I had a track coach who showed us this video of this guy who had finally won like the 100-yard dash or something. I mean, he had run track for a long time and finally got to his senior year, and he finally won the 100-yard dash. And I hate to say I don't remember the guy's name. I'm sorry, but he was a high school student. But coach showed us this video. It's the 80s, so you can imagine what the hair looked like, right? So it's the 80s. He shows us this video, and they asked the guy, how is it that after all this time of losing, that you finally figured out some kind of strategy to win? And he said two things that I thought was awesome. Number one, and y'all have heard me say this before, He didn't really say it this way, but I say it this way. Your greatest competition is your last best effort. See, this guy said something I thought was cool. He said, I don't race the other runners anymore. I race the clock because I can never beat the clock. I might be able to beat the guy next to me, but I'll never beat the clock. So if I use the guy next to me as a gauge, I might be much faster than him, and I can leave him in the dust, and I'll never really get to my best. So your greatest competition is not the guy or girl next to you. It's your last best effort. Second thing he said that I thought was awesome, he said, I learn from everybody. So he would say, if I'm driving down the street and I see somebody jogging, he says he actually studies how that person is running. He said anytime he would see a person run, he would study what they were doing. Whether it was good, bad, or indifferent, it didn't matter, because he was studying and putting together how to best make his moves when he ran. And if he would find a new move, he said he would practice it 500 times. So he said he practiced his start 500 times until it became natural. Until every time he started, he just took off, didn't have to think about it. Now, I'm saying this to you as firefighters. I'm saying this to all of us, but particularly to you guys, because you're about to graduate. Number one, don't worry about competition. Be your best and try to beat your last best, because that's your real gauge. It's not the other person. It's you. It's your best. And number two, learn from everybody. Even if they're not as smart as you, even if they're not as fast as you, even if you don't think the most of that person, you can still learn from everybody. So learn from the greats and learn from those that you think don't know as much as you do. All right. Thank you, guys. Great job. Awesome job. I wish you all the best. I want to hear about your first fire.
Let's give it up one more time for Instructor Gray. It's always amazing after he completes the award ceremony. I feel so touched, and I feel like I'm starting all over again. So thank you, Instructor Gray and Academy staff. At this time, we'd like to bring up Recruit Contrell and Recruit Mays, if you guys will come to the podium.
Hey, how's everybody doing this afternoon? All right, I won't try to take up too much of you guys' time, but I just want to channel this class's journey. And as he just said, I'm Recruit Cantrell. So I want to start by acknowledging our Fire Chief Fulham and the executive staff here, so if we can get them a hand. Thank you, guys. I also want to give a round of applause to the whole fire and EMS training staff. You guys did a phenomenal job with us. I also want to thank, our admin too, Ms. Hopkins and Ms. White, for having all our paperwork good to go. I know Instructor Martin is a big part of that as well, so give her a hand. And another group that deserves more praise and can be given are you all in the audience. Yeah. Parents, spouses, significant others, family, friends, the support you guys given us, the understanding you guys have given us throughout this journey has been tremendous. You all have stuck by our side at our highs and lows. So we want to just thank you for your continued support that we will need, because the journey is really just beginning now. So. And last but not least, I'd like to thank and acknowledge Class 117. These guys over here, and Gwen as well. They've truly changed my perspective on life and had an incredible impact on how I see things and how I interact with people. So I just want to kind of chronicle our journey throughout these 13 months. And just want to tell you guys a little bit about our story. So, of course, the class began with 39 of us. So we start with our EMS training. So this special class had the opportunity of earning our A's, our AEMT, so that means advanced for those who don't know, an advanced EMT. So we began that journey with 39 recruits at headquarters for EMS training. And you know, guys, when we first got in, we received the look to your left, look to your right speech. The person, you know, those two people are probably going to be gone by the time the end of this journey. So as I looked at the guy to my left, and he gave me kind of a, I'm going to be here type of look. And I looked to my right, and I saw a guy that gave me a terrified look like, oh, what did I get myself into? So I'm saying that to say we had another guy in our class. By the time we could get our uniforms, break our T-shirts in, our BDUs, before we can even buy our boots, we had another recruit that just didn't show up the next 2 days. He didn't come back. And I sat and thought, I think that actually took a little bit of, you know, self-reflection. I wouldn't have done it that way, but I wasn't mad at the decision that he came to because the job isn't for everyone. So, so the cliche was true that they told us, so I guess it's not a cliche, you know, that the person to your left, the person to your right, you guys see we have 18 individuals here. So that's, if my math is correct, that's 21 people that didn't make it. So, so I just want to give a hand clap to my class just for still being here right now. So, Instructor Morris. Instructor Morris, you know, he did his best job to kind of shape us into medical jakes, as you would say. I know everybody won't understand that, but so we had those life-saving study guides. We had those also famous scenarios to get us prepped to go ahead and do our precepting, you know, riding on AMR, getting our skills done, everything like that, so we can be prepared to serve the citizens of DeKalb. But our first major test, our first major milestone that we had a chance to accomplish was National Registry. And anybody in here who's works in EMS or is a firefighter, you guys know about National Registry. So as you can see, everyone's on stage has passed that. They passed the National Registries to some degree. Some of us are still working on getting that A, but you guys will be useful as, you know, Lucas devices once you get to the field. So, but congratulations to you guys. And the special group down at the tower. So our first formal introduction to the crew on Warren Road was an unforgettable one, to say the least. Instructor Gray, did his infamous scream that you guys heard as he kind of got us ready. And Recruit Alden decided that was kind of funny. So he kind of gave out a laugh. And the next thing we know, we get back down to the tower, and Instructor Gray walks up to Alden and he says, "You were the one that was laughing when we came up there." He said, "Laugh at me again. Give me that laugh again." And Alden kind of did it kind of lightly. He's like, "Nah, give me a laugh from your belly. Give me a real laugh." He said, "Ha, ha, ha," and then he just told him to shut up. And and I'll keep this one in-house. I won't even go into Instructor Heindel and Mr. Domino. So I'll let that one ride. But with that being said, the Fire Training Academy presented us with an entirely new set of challenges. In order to be successful there, you typically need a combination of, you know, smarts and strength. Usually if you're lacking in one, you know, you probably won't make it through. As a class, we witnessed many feats of strength, followed immediately by laughable mistakes. We had a few in our class who did some silly stuff. I won't say any names, but You guys know who you are. For the most part, though, we had our fair share of what am I doing here moments, all of us. You know, those reconsiderations. But we've arrived to some degree. So we're here, but we still have a tremendous amount of work to do, and we still, quite frankly, have to prove ourselves to you guys, the citizens, to everybody else that's on stage. We have a lot of work to do. So we thought we arrived, and then we got a burn day. Our first burn day came around, and I never saw those kind of facial expressions before in my entire life. You know, we had some pretty, I won't say arrogant, but confident guys in the class. And once I saw them coming out of the burn building for the first time, it looked like they had seen ghosts. But through all that, though, the training at the tower, it was embedded in us that you can never know enough about a career that could potentially harm you and the others around you. So they instilled in us to make training a priority. So I want to give them a hand. So from going up and down the tower to making sure the bundle has absolutely no air in it. Class 117 is truly ready and eager to help our brothers and sisters out in the field. So Class 117, for the last time, I'll ask you, turn to your left and turn to your right, and know that each of you has earned the opportunity to submit your place in this DeKalb County Fire Rescue family. And the real work begins now. Remember to treat this profession with the utmost respect. If you don't, the results could be dire for not only you, but your family as well. If you remain vigilant and never forget why you chose to join this family, you may have stumbled upon the greatest profession known to man. Once again, thank you all for your time and attention, and let's continue the celebration, and I have Recruit Mays present the plaque.
Good afternoon. So we wanted to make something that would remember both the impact of both all of the instructors and what DeKalb has done for us. So we made our class plaque, and one thing very special about our plaque is the new patch for the department that we put on here, as we are the first class with this brand new patch. So can I have Instructor Greg come up to accept this plaque for the class of 117 here?
Thank you. One more round of applause. Come on, one more round of applause. Okay, we're almost there, ladies and gentlemen, family and friends. So look to your left. No, I'm kidding. Before I bring Chief Fulham up, I just want to give a few instructions. If you have a loved one up here on stage, once we present the badges and we go through the promotional ceremony, we ask that as your family member stands, you come here to my right, your left, come up on stage so you can have the opportunity to pin your loved one. Understood? Understood? It's 2:30 in the afternoon. I need more. Understood? Are you guys excited? One more time. Are you guys excited? Okay. So last but not least, I'd like to bring Chief Fulham up to give the speech and a presentation of badges.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So first of all, I do need you all to pick it up a little bit. Normally we start off by saying this is a celebration. This is a celebration of your family members that have gone through 13 months, I believe it is. 13 months of what was just talked about, starting out in a room where they had a chance to not only meet myself, but meet some of the other command staff, some of their instructors, and what I think it was Recruit Cantrell mentioned. We do mention that quite often about the fact that we realize that a percentage of them are not going to be here, are not going to reach this point. So once again, give them a hand clap. You're going to get some more opportunities to do that. That's the way you do it. Okay. So also I want to recognize a few folks. We have some of these folks that are not here with us today, but without them, we don't get to this point. And first, it has to be our CEO, Michael Thurman. For those that live in the county, we have a somewhat unique government in that we have the person that's the day-to-day manager of the county is called a CEO. Michael Thurman has done an outstanding job leading the county through COVID, but also supporting not only public safety, but the fire department. So please give him a hand. Our Board of Commissioners that also give us a ton of support as it relates to funding our initiatives. Sometimes those initiatives that come before them may be difficult to understand, but they do listen, and typically we get what we need. So thank you to the commissioners. We do have a representative from Commissioner Patrick's office. Thank you for being here. To our director, our public safety director, he's unable to be here. He would love to be here. He hasn't missed one, I believe, since he's been our director, but public safety director, Jack Lumpkin. I always kid about the fact that he has a long career in police service, but he has a lot of knowledge about all of public safety, does an outstanding job, and I thank him for his support as well. And then, yep, you can give it that. The members of the DeKalb County Fire Rescue Department, we have some of them that are in the room today. I tell you, I've been here 8 years now. It's a little bit over 8. I can't be more proud of the men and women that serve this county each and every day. They do an outstanding job. We do have the finest, and I know we have some members of other departments here, but I believe we have the finest fire department in the Southeast, if not the nation. Please give them a hand. To Chief Roberts and the training staff, once again, outstanding job. This has been tough, performing or having these training academies during COVID, but they have done an outstanding job adapting, getting these folks through. So once again, outstanding job. You may notice that there's some folks here in green shirts. Very nice green shirts that help ushered you in. This is the next recruit class. So they don't get a break, all right? Tomorrow morning, did they get tomorrow off or no? No? All right, take tonight off. Take tonight off. And tomorrow, they're right back at it. They got this recruit class that will be coming down to the tower. We have part of this group teaches the EMT portion. They have a new group that's coming in. It just keeps going, and they keep turning out outstanding firefighters. So thank you very much for all the work that you all do. You can give them a clap. Okay. To the families of the recruits, once again, what a great day this is. I want to thank you for your sacrifices throughout the training period. I know it's been tough once again. Normally, we're talking 42 weeks that it takes for our training. This, once again, was extended partially because of COVID. So thank you for enduring, being patient. We know that they missed. I see some children here. I know they missed maybe some events, couldn't give you 100% of their time. But thank you for supporting your members that are up here. So thank you. And I know I had a chance to meet some of you. I hope to meet all of you. I had a chance to meet some of you at the family night that we had. And so once again, I look forward to meeting those that I may not have got a chance to meet. Okay. So as I thought about this recruit class and all they accomplished over the last 13 months, I began to think about how the fire service has changed. Back in 1973, there was a significant transformation that occurred with the publishing of a document called the America is Burning. And no, I wasn't on the fire truck in 1973. I knew that was going to be a joke. But during that report, they analyzed the thousands of Americans that were dying due to fires and the property loss. That report, they recommended 90 initiatives that led to the formation of the U.S. Fire Administration and the National Fire Academy, which serves us well and we send members to all the time. In 1987, this happens to be the year that I started in the fire service, the report was re-examined under the name America is Burning Revisited. That report detailed several advancements in reducing fire losses during the previous 14 years and updated recommendations. And this is the key point that I want to talk to you about. Found in that revised report is an insightful statement. Quote, "The fire service is going through a period of significant change. In fact, the degree of change is so great that it might be called revolutionary. This change is felt to be primarily a result of three major factors." Remember, this is 1987. Declining demand for fire suppression services, once again, doing great prevention efforts. Increasing demand for emergency medical services, EMS. Hazardous material protection, disaster preparedness, and related functions. So for maybe you are not aware of this, but actually fire is what we do the least. We respond to less fires than we respond to EMS calls and all of the other things that fire departments are called upon to do today. Most firefighters would agree these changes have been occurring and have changed the level of training acquired by the modern day recruit firefighters. You may have spoke to your family members, once again, your recruits, and they were talking about the different things they were studying, whether it was hazmat and just an array of things that they were having to study for those tests that they were taking. However, the last 2 years has created a sea change in the industry like no other. The COVID-19 pandemic has reshaped our thinking. Our department experienced an uptick in structure fires over the last 2 years, an initial decrease in EMS calls that was followed by a sharp increase and hospitals inundated with patients. And why was that important to us? Because those patients that are leaving our scenes are having to go to the hospitals and oftentimes can't be unloaded from an ambulance that has to return back to service in order to provide additional care. It stresses the system. Unprecedented changes occurred to how we work, schooled our children, and managed our health. I commend these recruits who chose this time to become firefighters. They faced several unique challenges and were deployed from their first day on the job to protect citizens of DeKalb County. And I'm sure you may remember there were some Saturdays they were not able to spend time with you. Distributing tons of vegetables and meat to individuals facing food insecurities. Administering 10,000 COVID-19 vaccinations. They assisted with that. Distributing over, we're not done yet. Let me give you one more. Distributing over 36,000 COVID-19 home test kits. That's what they were doing on those Saturdays when they were not able to be with you. Now you can clap. All the while, they became the best trained recruit firefighters in the region. The county was recently given the Good Trouble Award from the Center of Civic Innovation for its Get Vaxxed campaign, led by our CEO, Michael Thurman. The recruits, which you should be proud of this, played a major part or a vital role in the effort, and they should take pride in that. So you should take pride in that award that was received by the county. To you recruits, my final act today is to have you take the loyalty oath that affirms your commitment to this job, profession, and for many of you, a calling. Now comes the time to take your commitment, energy, training, and begin the next phase in your career. I'm incredibly proud to say you have accepted every challenge laid before you. and that you are well prepared for this noble profession, which the young man mentioned earlier. Remember these days fondly as you join the ranks of the finest firefighters in the nation. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Chief Fulham. It would be unfitting or unbecoming. This might be the best time to invite anyone in the audience that is looking for a career change. We are currently hiring. Yes. We are currently hiring for EMTs and pre-qualified firefighters and anyone that wants to accept the challenge. Head over to the website to DeKalbCountyGA.gov and go ahead and apply. The application process is open. Okay, so let's continue. So now is the exciting time where we will present the badges. I'd like to present to you Class 117 graduating class, Firefighter Luke Alden. Identify your family, Mr. Alden. Where are they? Call them out. Come on, Mom. Mommy moments. Congratulations. Firefighter Frankie Barker. Congratulations. Firefighter Dustin Bloom. Congratulations. Firefighter Hassan Bradley. What's your relation? Are you a brother? Your little brother? Remember, we're hiring. Are you 18 yet? No? Okay. Firefighter Colin Campbell. Congratulations. Hold on. Come back. You wanted to give him a hug. Give him a hug. It's okay. Give him a hug. Yeah. Firefighter Dier Cantrell. Congratulations. Firefighter William Cogden. Do we have a family member? Come on over. Was this a surprise special visit? Congratulations. Tell her we're hiring. We're hiring. Firefighter Chloe Gwynn. Firefighter Isaac Hicks. We can see who's in charge, right? Firefighter Thomas Jenkins. Congratulations. Wait till we show his wife this. The young man, wait till we show his wife this picture. Firefighter Jeffrey Johansson. Congratulations. Firefighter Matthew Kirshner. Congratulations. Firefighter Ethan Kubler. Congratulations. Firefighter Anthony Mays. Congratulations. Firefighter John McLean. He wanted a handshake. You turned your back on. Give him a handshake. Congratulations. Firefighter James Moore. Congratulations. Firefighter Jack Smith. Congratulations. Last but not least, firefighter Armando Torrejon. He's still smiling, y'all. Armando, do you smile in your sleep? You do? He does. Ready? One more round of applause for class 117. If I can have class 117 please stand. You can relax. Put your helmets down. You don't need them right now. We'll have Chief Fulham come up to actually swear these young men and women in.
Okay. You ready? All right. You sure? Okay. All right. Raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will perform the duties as a firefighter of the DeKalb County Fire Rescue Department to the best of my skill and ability, and that I will not let personal or political influence or prejudice alter my official conduct to the slightest degree. I will always remember that I am a public servant. I will perform my duties to the best of my ability in any capacity or section which will serve the best interests of DeKalb County Fire Rescue and the citizens of DeKalb County. I further promise and swear I will uphold the Constitution of the State of Georgia and of the United States of America to the best of my ability. Congratulations, firefighters.
Okay, a few more instructions before we actually end the ceremonies for today. Class 117, you can remain standing. This will be your last and official release, I believe, from Captain Stroop. He will take the honors to release the class. Afterwards, we will take a group picture, so we'll just need them for a few more moments before we release them to the families. Once the ceremony is over with, we have some light refreshments in the lobby. So at this time, I'd like to bring up to the podium Captain Stroop for the final dismissal.
All right, Class 117, it's been a great journey. You've had a long time at headquarters, getting your EMS training, getting your fire training, and I truly mean this. I would not mind to look back and see either one of y'all in the back of a fire wagon with me, okay? So for the final time, 117, dismissed.
Let's give it up for Class 117.
Good morning. Welcome to DeKalb County. Today is a beautiful day. We're gathered here today to administer a demolition, which is part of our blight task force efforts. And I have brief comments, but the CEO is going to come up in a couple of seconds to give intro remarks to the public. But I'm Alan Mitchell, Director of Community Development Department, and I'm a member of the blight task force within DeKalb County. So at this juncture, I'd like to introduce the CEO of DeKalb County, Mr. Michael Thurman.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Alan Mitchell and his staff. Let's give them a round of applause because they're the people who are at the point of this demolition effort. I also want to thank our fellow employees from code enforcement, code administration. Give yourselves a hand. Code administration, we appreciate you so much. But before I say anything, I have people who I think can speak more profoundly and with more information and sensitivity than anything I can say. Since 2017, we've made the elimination of blight a top priority of this administration. This represents today the 572nd abatement and demolition that's taken place in DeKalb since 2017. Let me say that one more time, because there are people who sometimes can't see the progress or see the steps that are being taken, this is number 572. That's worth some applause in DeKalb County. But I want to really tell you why we're here today. The people who did the heavy lifting, who were the advocates for this community, who were the advocates for their neighbors. First, I want to introduce the president of the Homeowners Association, Ms. Parks, who sent emails, who made phone calls, who prayed, who cajoled, and may have said a few little cuss words here, but I'm not going to say that. To get this, let's say they were choice words to get this done today. So let's give her a round of applause. Ms. Parks, come on up, please.
Good morning, everyone. As stated before, I am Diane Parks. I am the President Subdivision President, and this has been a long journey for us. I just want to say I thank God that it is coming to pass. Not coming to pass, it is to pass, okay? So no longer do we have to look at this eyesore in our community anymore. And I have been dealing with this for 6 years. It took 6 years to get this done. But you know, it said when you're given a charge, you have to take that charge. You have to stand and see that charge take place. So I'm glad that I did not give up on my community. This is where I live, and I'm grateful for where I live. So I just want to thank Miss Christy Rose, who had gotten plenty of emails from me. And like I said, it was some choice words. I don't curse, but it was some choice words. I got my point across, and that's the main thing. I was able to get my point across, and my voice was heard. So like I said, I'm glad that DeKalb County had decided to demolish this property, because like I said, you can see it's an eyesore. I have ran many children out of this property trying to keep them safe so they wouldn't hurt themselves. So, and also I want to thank Code Enforcement, Mr. Officer Jordan, who also helped me with this process, and he got some emails from me that probably wasn't had some choice words also. But the job got done, and we were able to work together. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved in this process. I just want to say thank you. The community, I come on behalf of the community, and we just want to say, well, we thank all of you all for coming along with us with this journey, and that because of the journey that the task has taken place. And so I just want to thank you all. And we have another resident that live in the community. Mr. Dan, would you like to say something?
Come on up, Mr. Dan. Give him a hand. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
All I would like to say is I really appreciate this venture that's taking place today. And it's been a long time coming. And I'm grateful and elated that this is finally going to be removed. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And finally, one group that we would not be here without is the court system. There's some confusion about how a project of this magnitude of demolition of any size actually takes place. We are totally reliant on actually having court action and receiving a court order. We have a code enforcement administration, but they cannot unilaterally abate any home that is abandoned or in disrepair. It must be a collaborative effort between the community, code administration, and the court system and the solicitor's office. So they are not here today, but let's give that team, the code enforcement process, a round of applause. We appreciate it so much. And finally, this to the neighbors. We apologize that it took so long, but let me tell you, thank you so much for being partners, for putting your words, not just words, but also your actions align with your words, got us here today. And we thank God for you, and we appreciate you. And now I want to turn it back over to Mr. Allen Mitchell so he can provide some more details about what we're doing today, but more importantly, what we have done and what we're going to do in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So this specific property has been reviewed by the county since 2017, with the fire having occurred perhaps in the 2016 timeframe. As a result of that, as the CEO alluded to, the court system provided a final order recently. What we're going to do with this property today is demolish it, of course. You would get seeding, grading done. We've already done abatements for rodents, etc. But more importantly, the lien will be filed on this property. The cost for demolition today should be around $26,000, and that's just recorded. And to the event this property is transferred, the recovery would come back to the county in terms of funds. Today we've got a demolition contractor, Dominic Construction. I'd like to applaud them for being able to have won the bid. Let's say Andy is over to my right. Would you come forward just to let people know who you are? But we've added 2 additional contractors this year. We had 3 before. Now we're up to 5 for demolitions. This helps us to administer and implement the comprehensive property condition survey that was conducted. In all candor, we have photos of every property in DeKalb County and unincorporated, and we know the condition of each property. We've got a huge inventory of properties that we have to demolish and or abate. So with this inventory of knowing what the problems are, we'll be able to make DeKalb in a better posture of a place to live and play. So this is the first property, of course, since the pandemic, and we plan to have more in the near term. So at this juncture, I'd like to get the contractor to get the green light to go forward and start the demolition process. Mr. Dominic, we're authorizing you to start the bulldozers to be able to start the demolition.
Want a beautiful shade tree planted in your front yard? DeKalb County is making it easier than ever to expand our beautiful tree canopy. Now in its second year, Relief DeKalb is a program brought to you by the county's Department of Planning and Sustainability and Trees Atlanta. Residents of unincorporated DeKalb County can purchase up to 2 trees per home for only $25. Tree lovers know the many benefits of these wonderful plants. Trees clean the air and provide oxygen. Trees increase property values. Trees create shade and reduce cooling costs. Trees provide food and shelter for birds and wildlife. And trees add natural beauty to your home. For more details and to sign up for the Relief DeKalb Tree Planting Program, visit treesatlanta.org/yardtree.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Warren, and I'm a member of the DeKalb SPLOS team, and I'd like to welcome you to the DeKalb SPLOS virtual community event. We have people joining us via the Zoom platform, as well as viewers watching on DCTV. I want you to know that we appreciate all of you sharing a portion of your evening with us for this informative meeting. Before we get started, I want to take you through just a few audience instructions. So your audio has been muted to alleviate any background noises. But we do want to hear from you because we want you to use your Q&A box for those of you who are with us, joining us from Zoom. We want you to use the Q&A box to submit your questions and or comments. And we are going to try to address as many questions as we can as time permits. But don't worry, if we don't get to your question at the end of the presentation, I'm going to share with you an email address that you can send any questions that we don't get to, and then we will respond to you. This meeting is being recorded, and if you miss any portion of it, not to worry, because we will have it posted on the DeKalb SPLOS website, and that is www.dekalbsplost.com. And now I'm going to turn the meeting over to CEO Thurman, who is going to facilitate the meeting this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, and welcome to DeKalb County SPLOS Program Update. We are delighted and privileged that you've joined us this evening for this update that will include financial reporting and a summary of DeKalb's special purpose local option sales tax activities that have occurred throughout our county since 2018. This evening, we're going to show you how your pennies are working and having a positive impact on DeKalb County and helping to improve the quality of life for all of our residents and citizens. In 2017, the SPLOST referendum received tremendous support from every precinct in every neighborhood in our county, in the incorporated as well as the unincorporated areas. And for that, I am personally appreciative. Revenue collections began in 2018 and will continue through 2024. These funds are earmarked for improvements to county roads, infrastructure, parks, public libraries, and other facilities. And you will hear specifically how your pennies are working to pave roads that had gone unpaved for decades, constructed new sidewalks, built a new fire rescue academy, and began construction of a new fire station. And you will hear how there are others that will be coming in the near future. We thank you for trusting us with this funding to help make DeKalb a better place, not just for this generation, but for future generations of DeKalb County residents and citizens. In closing, I would like to quote one of my good friends who actually made the first contribution to the education effort that went out to inform and educate our voters. If my friend Emery Morrisberger was here, he'd say that after these years of investment, after the initial investment of SPLOST funding, we are feeling marvelous. How about that, Emery? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Good evening. On behalf of DeKalb County government, my name is Zach Williams. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for DeKalb County. And I'm so glad that you could join us this evening to learn firsthand how the SPLOST program is having a positive impact on DeKalb County. We brought this referendum to DeKalb County voters in November of 2017. And because of your overwhelming support of the DeKalb SPLOST program, we're providing county-wide improvements that promote a high quality of life for all DeKalb County residents. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the discussion today.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Commissioner Robert Patrick and have the distinct pleasure of serving as both the District 1 Commissioner as well as the Presiding Officer for the Board of Commissioners. I'm glad to join CEO Thurman this evening for an informative meeting about the DeKalb SPLOST. Also, I want to thank and commend him on his leadership and trust built with the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners and the 12 cities within DeKalb County for gaining their support and their approval for the SPLOST referendum in November 2017. DeKalb County Board of Commissioners serves as the legislative arm of this process, working in conjunction with CEO Thurman in taking the necessary actions to support our successful SPLOST program. On behalf of the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners, we stand with CEO Thurman as we continue to deliver on the commitments made to the SPLOST program and provide good stewardship of DeKalb County taxpayer dollars. My colleagues and I will continue to take necessary legislative actions to ensure the successful continuation of our county's first SPLOST program. In closing, I want to thank the residents of this great county for their support, along with the local mayors, city council members, and the Atlas program. The Atlas Management Program team in execution of the various projects within the SPLOST program. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Patrick, and thank you so much for your leadership and your support. And I want to reiterate how much I appreciate the outstanding and overwhelming support that we received from the Board of Commissioners from the very outset of the SPLOST initiative. Without the support of the governing authority, in particular our commissioners, our success that we will share tonight would not have been possible. I also want to thank Mr. Zach Williams, the Chief Operating Officer for DeKalb County, for overseeing the day-to-day operations of our county and being directly involved in the administration of the SPLOST program. As we begin our program, we must begin at the beginning. And so I would like to call Ms. Dolores Crowell, who led the effort in the General Assembly to get the legislation passed. I've already mentioned the support that our commissioners provided, and ultimately the fact that it was adopted by 71% of the voters in DeKalb County. It was an amazing turnout, amazing success, and Ms. Dolores Crowell will recap the early days of DeKalb SPLOS.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. You did steal a little bit of my thunder because you advised folks that SPLOS was passed with 71%. So, thank you for the opportunity just to give you a quick overview of the legislative process and how we got there. When the CEO came into office, the first thing that the Intergovernmental Affairs Office was charged with doing was getting SPLOS passed. And so what had happened in previous administrations and throughout previous years, various versions of a SPLOS legislation had either been stalled in the county or for whatever reason had not been able to get passed in the General Assembly. That legislation was developed, and it included a couple of different areas such as citizens input, assessment from DeKalb County staff from the different departments, feedback from the communities as to what they wanted to see in SPLOS and how they wanted the county to implement it. So what we did was the very first day of legislative session, we started going and meeting with the key legislators. And it's important to know that we met with people on both sides of the political aisle. They had ownership and investment in previous versions. And our biggest hurdle first was to correct language that was in the original DeKalb SPLOS language that needed to be corrected. And legislators on both sides had to agree, both House and Senate. And under the leadership of State Senator Emanuel Jones, and I believe at the time it was Representative Tom Taylor, we modified that language first before we could even move and begin to talk about what items or categories could be put into the SPLOS. This also involved not just myself. There was a team of us working. My colleague Dan Baskerville from Denton's, Theron Johnson from Paramount, and who was our other? Ed Lindsay, yes, and Ed Lindsay also. And this core group of us, we all negotiated and talked with different people from the legislature. And one of the key persons was, at that time, State Senator Fran Miller, who had his own version in view of what he thought SPLOS should be. At that time, the legislation had DeKalb SPLOS singled out from other SPLOS across the state, and it was 100% to be devoted to transportation. After some very careful and strategic negotiations, we did get the senator to agree to allocate 15% of that 100 to special projects such as what Chief Lumpkin can probably appreciate, public safety, courthouse buildings, and a small piece for parks and infrastructure. And these were unique to DeKalb, and we also met with folks in leadership in other parts of Georgia government, like Chairman Powell, who is no longer with us anymore, but he agreed to allow the bill to go through smoothly, allowed us some flexibility that we needed. And a couple of unique things I'll say about our SPLOS in DeKalb, and the first one was that our SPLOS, through the insight that the CEO had based on his previous just overall experience in making budgets and knowing what works, the DeKalb SPLOS is the only SPLOS in the state that does not tax prepared food or prescription drugs. Thank you, sir. That makes our SPLOS unique. And I believe that, the CEO's position was that the regressive nature of the tax hits really unfairly on seniors and people with low incomes. And this made our SPLOST unique. And I will tell you that legislators questioned why we were willing to take that cut. Well, after we met with the rules chairs and we went through all of the normal things that happened during the legislature, we had to go ahead and try to prepare for a referendum. We put advocacy and education teams in place. We had to meet with all 12 cities, get all 12 cities to agree the terms of the SPLOST, and we ended up with a 6-year SPLOST. And anyone who knows anything about politics will tell you it's hard to get 12 mayors and 12 cities to agree on anything. But we were able to do that for SPLOST, and we appreciate them all. And then also our Board of Commissioners, they agreed to do a vision session. The CEO came up with the concept of let's have our SPLOST have a vision that's unique for DeKalb and everyone has buy-in. So we brought in an expert facilitator who took us through at least 5 to 6 sessions of visioning for SPLOST and what we wanted it to look like. Once we came up with the vision, we went out and did the education. We subsequently had an RFP. At that time, Mr. Kingsbury was with a firm of a different name, Moreland Altabelli, which is now Atlas. They won the bid, and here we are. So that was pretty much what happened during the legislative session and how we got here with SPLOST. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolores, and thank you for your leadership. I also want to acknowledge, we mentioned Atlas, but the collaborative firm is there to help us communicate, and it was Ms. Warren and her team that actually helped put this together. So thank you so much, Ms. Warren, and thank you for collaborative and all the great work that you do on our behalf. One other thing I'll add to Ms. Crowell's report, a couple of key groups were the CIDs. The perimeter CID was the largest contributor to the education campaign. And I mentioned the Tucker, which is now, I think, the Summit CID in Emory-Morrisburg. So thank you all who contributed to the education campaign that helped us to get the word out. And those mayors for the DeKalb Municipal Association, Bill Floyd and others who rallied and were able to help us get the vote out also to be acknowledged. And now I'd like to ask the Director, Chief Operating Officer of Public Safety in DeKalb, Director Jack Lumpkin, to come forward and provide us with an overview as to how the dollars, our pennies, are being invested to enhance and improve public safety in DeKalb County. Director Lumpkin.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. On behalf of the outstanding men and women of the public safety of DeKalb County, we want to thank the voters first of DeKalb County for overwhelmingly passing the historic 2017 SPLOST initiative. As one that has had the opportunity to work in other communities that had SPLOST some periods of time ago, I know from watching what we've done in DeKalb County for these four years or so, that we are currently making a difference in the quality of life of our residents and certainly in the morale, satisfaction, performance of our public safety staff. And more is to come. As the CEO and others have said, Joe Penny provides a dedicated source of revenue authorized by the voters for a specific purpose. It finances critical needs that most counties would find it impossible to actually fund at the scale that SPLOST does. The outstanding men and women of the public safety departments thank each and every one of those hard-earned residents and voters for spending their money with Joe Penny, and particularly during this horrific pandemic period. Your pennies, Joe Penny, among other things, have modernized the public safety technology in terms of the radio system for the fire department, has added 10 rapid response vehicles for paramedics to respond to your medical needs. Has added 100 vehicles in the police fleet, which allows the police to service you better. We're building a modernized police evidence room where it will show and be based on best industry standards. Of course, Fire Station number 7, which we broke ground on last year or so, it was the most visible entity now with the SPLOST project, besides getting rid of all those potholes. But you'll see other fire stations. You'll see other tangible evidence of the money that you have actually invested. And our employees, our public safety folks, they are really appreciative of that. Again, thank you, DeKalb County voters. Thank you for DeKalb County residents. Thank you for those who spend money in DeKalb County. And you're going to see more tangible results of your Joe Penny expenditures. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Director. And if I may, on behalf of the 765,000 residents of DeKalb County, let me express my appreciation to the brave men and women, sworn and unsworn officers who have answered the call to protect and serve, who rushed towards danger not away. We appreciate them, and we demonstrate that appreciation by these critical investments that are being made as a result of, as the Director said, Joe Penny. Now I'd like to call up Mr. Richard Lemke. Mr. Lemke is the Public Works Director here in DeKalb County, and he will talk about investments that have been made to our infrastructure. Director Lemke.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of all the people who are listening and hopefully that are taking advantage of this wonderful program to provide information to the community. SPLOST has been a tremendous asset to the Public Works Department. And a lot of that is due to the emphasis that has taken place on the resurfacing program. Prior to SPLOST, Public Works was really only able to accommodate about 30 miles of street resurfacing per year. With over 2,500 miles, or roughly 2,500 miles of street that are county maintained within the county, you can easily see that 30 miles per year just doesn't cut it. Engineers typically design streets to have a 20 to 30 year life before major reconstruction or rehabilitation is necessary. And you can easily see at 30 miles per year, we're not even close to catching up or keeping up with just normal deterioration. So the ability to direct SPLOST funds towards resurfacing and reconstruction of streets has absolutely been outstanding. That has given us, this program alone, 300 miles of street resurfacing, which is just an enormous benefit to the entire county and to Public Works. But there's also a secondary impact to doing that kind of resurfacing. And it was briefly mentioned about, potholes. Potholes are kind of a way of life, and as much as we hate the darn things, they are going to crop up. And by doing the resurfacing program that we have through SPLOST, we're doing the worst of the worst streets. We're doing streets that had potholes within potholes. We're fixing streets that we used to have to go out and patch, and then patch again, and then patch again, because the streets, the structural integrity of the street was such that it wouldn't even hold a patch. By doing the resurfacing on these types of streets first, as we are doing through the SPLOST program, we've got that incredible secondary impact of saving money and saving time and effort, and a reduction in the number of potholes that are going to occur throughout the county in the future. We also have many other benefits. Again, it was mentioned that the SPLOST program has afforded an opportunity to do sidewalk programs. We're doing programs that will fill in missing sidewalk gaps, between improved sections of sidewalk, constructing new sidewalk and pedestrian pathways to accommodate our pedestrian needs throughout the county. We're also able to do intersection and traffic signal construction to improvements that will help facilitate traffic flow. And not only that, but as much of the nation undergoes problems with infrastructure, DeKalb's not alone. When it looks at major infrastructure like bridges, we're able to do bridge rehabilitation and bridge reconstruction or replacement even on an as-needed basis, utilizing some SPLOST funds in a limited means, but certainly an ability for us to start catching up with some of these needs. These types of projects would not be possible if it was not for SPLOST. The only way we would be able to do those types of projects would be to rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak. We would have to pull funds and resources from other critical needs throughout the county in order to do these kinds of projects. And SPLOST has afforded us that opportunity to move ahead. So on that basis, I know the entire Public Works Department is very happy that we have a SPLOST program. We thank all the citizens within the county that have successfully voted this measure in, and we hope to see much more of this continue in the future.
Thank you, Director Lemke, and I guess I shouldn't admit it, but I think I will. During the first 6 months after we began the SPLOST program, on Sunday afternoon, I would get in my car and ride on the streets that had been recently resurfaced. I would go from neighborhood to neighborhood. It was just such an amazing moment, and I was just so proud, Director, that this work was taking place. So I admit it. That was if you saw a strange guy riding in your neighborhood, looking at the streets, and you didn't call the DeKalb Police Department, thank you, but that was me. But and so now I would like to introduce a DeKalb County resident. Chris Kingsbury is the program manager for the DeKalb County SPLOST, and he's done a phenomenal job. His office is there, not far from my office here in Maloof. We've continued the conversation, we've learned, we've grown, and I think Atlas, and led by Chris and his staff, Ernest, have done a great job, and we really do appreciate it, and look forward to all the exciting work that is being done and will continue to be done in the future. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, and everyone else in the room. It's a privilege to be able to work with DeKalb. Like many of y'all, I'm not a native, but I was going through the math. I moved here when I was 15 years old, so I'm coming up on 50 years of being a resident of DeKalb County. Went away to, I think, your hometown, Athens, Georgia. Went to a university up there and came back, got my first job here, and never left the county. So we've got a lot of stuff to cover. I think Zach said we had about 2 hours. We'll go to about 9 o'clock, get everybody through primetime television, and then get to the evening news at 10. We've got a lot of slides to cover. We're going to go pretty fast, and then we'll have time for questions and answer later. You've heard a lot of tidbits about the program. So Kathy, can you just jump ahead to the About SPLOST slides? Yeah, John. Hello, John. So let's just jump ahead to the About DeKalb SPLOST slide. And there's all the pennies, real quick graphic, all the members. Just a quick point while he's going to the head of the slides. There's 10 folks on the team, 10 firms on our team, and 4 of them are local LSPEs, the Steel Group, Acura Surveying, of course, the Collaborative Group, and who did I leave out? I'll never lift somebody out. Robert Brown, R.L. Brown Associates, local architect, is helping us with the vertical building program. So next slide. So this is why we're here. And as everyone has said, it's an absolutely amazing thing. The projections, even with the pandemic, I just want to point out, are spot on. Overall, we thought back in 2017 when this was being put together that the extra penny would get us $636 million throughout the county. And as Dolores indicated, 12 cities get their money directly based on population, and that leaves $388 million for the county. And that's just amazing. The next slide. And yeah, $388 million. We'll skip over to the next one. This is what I think, it's a little hard to read, but it's a testament to the county staff and everybody that worked with financial projections. Even with the pandemic, I guess we're all home shopping, and last year the state starts to collect sales tax on internet sales. We're collecting pretty much within maybe 1 or 2% every penny we thought we would collect 4+ years ago. So it's a testament to it's been a good projections and a strong economy. So with that, the next slide, we're on target, which is just phenomenal. We've worked on SPLOST programs throughout the state. Worked on the first ones 30 years ago when the legislation was originally passed, and we always said to ourselves, you know, if within 5 or 6% of where we thought we'd be good. Some years we'd run ahead, some years we'd run behind, but the takeaway number for DeKalb County is the Board of Commissioners we're not sitting on the money. Every penny that rolls in, it's been programmed. We know where projects are going to. So of the $228 million in round numbers we've collected through the end of November, the Board of Commissioners has approved sending out the door $175 million of that, and a large portion of that has gone to the resurfacing program. We'll touch on that later. And we've got about $50 million in projects teed up over the next 3 to 6 months to put on the street, to letting, for advertising, to get contractors to come in and build it. So on average, we're about 90% of the money that comes in is going back out the door. So we're not building up a big cash reserve. That's never the intention of a SPLOST program. So the next slide, you've heard Director Lumpkin and Director Lemke, 2 L's there. The unique thing Dolores talked about, it's 85-15. It's very unique for DeKalb. 85% of the money is for transportation and public safety. 15% goes to the various capital projects. The transportation budget, $240 million, 150 of that alone is for resurfacing. The public safety dollars are just about $85 million in round numbers. Parks and Rec is $37 million. Then there's about $20 million for various capital improvements, capital being something with a lifespan of 10 years or more. Fixing roofs, replacing elevators, things that just wear out in buildings that are 30 or 40 years old. You know, it's hard to believe the new courthouse is approaching 30+ years old next to the old courthouse, which is, I guess, getting close to 50 years old. So they were built well. They're lasting a long time, but they need a little help. And then at the very end, our job is to come on board and be an extension of the county staff. Sales tax programs are kind of unique in that extra money comes in, but directors still have to maintain the daily operations of the departments. As Mr. Lemke said, he's still got to fix potholes. He's got to repair culverts. He's got a lot of stuff to do with a big staff with the regular income they get. So we're here to help manage and spend those extra pennies. And so the cost to manage the program is well under 5%. That's the last little sliver of the pie there. And just briefly, you've heard before, and we'll jump ahead, some of the specific projects in transportation. The largest segment, as I said, is road resurfacing. So that's the next slide. If we didn't do another resurfacing project, we've let 6 contracts, there's 2 pending, and there's 1 in purchasing now. And if we walked away by the end of this year, we would have done 225 miles of that original 300. So we're pretty confident that even with inflation, we're going to get pretty darn close to that 300-mile target. And as Director Lemke said, we're doing the worst roads first. So actual numbers of roads, it's 486 road segments, and I think the current number is about 136 miles resurfaced to date. Goes up, we keep track of it every day, put a little plug in. If you go to the county website, click on the penny, a map will pop up. You can see what roads have been completed, what roads are pending, relative to where you live in your neighborhoods. But it's not only roads. So the next slide, as folks have mentioned, we've got dollars appropriated to sidewalks. We've done about a dozen projects, a little less than $1 million. There's a lot more in the pipeline for the next 2 years. Multi-use trails. The county was able to leverage some federal aid years ago to complete a substantial portion of the South River Trail, Phase 5, I think it was called. The board renamed it the Michelle Obama Trail. We just had the ribbon cutting on it, And there are other projects that are in the scoping and development phase to position ourselves to use the SPLOST dollars as the local match for federal and state aid to build more multi-use trails in the county. Director Lumpkin talked about transportation for roads and bridges. But for SPLOST, there was a situation that came up with the Cedar Grove Bridge in the southwest portion of the county off Moreland Avenue, serves an industrial area and a lot of adjacent residences. It's an area between Boulder Crest Road and Moreland Avenue. The bridge goes over the Norfolk Southern Railroad. It's old. It was built in the 60s, I believe, Richard. State of Georgia inspects all public bridges twice a year. It got on a list where it was a bridge of concern, started to have problems. The railroad complained. The state inspected it. It failed. We had to close it. And we're in the process of developing the design drawings and the bid documents to get it replaced. But for SPLOST dollars, that bridge probably would have stayed closed, or the money to fix it would have come out of Richard's budget for other needed repairs and just general upkeep of the county's infrastructure. Director Lumpkin's public safety, you've heard about Fire Station 7. This slide, jump ahead, it's an $85 million budget. But the next slide shows you, if you drive down the intersection of Columbia and Glenwood, Fire Station 7, we had a groundbreaking. Steel is up, concrete slabs are being poured, and there's a rendering of what it'll look like. And that's sort of a prototype for the next 5 fire stations. And those will be scattered throughout the county. And in 2 instances, they're brand new stations to fill in gaps in service where, for instance, Station 27 is close to the Rockdale and Gwinnett lines. And I believe the county actually has to pay our adjacent counties to help us respond to calls in that area to keep residents' insurance rates low. So we'll get a new fire station over there and a new fire station in the southeast portion of the county in the Stonecrest area. And then Light 7 replaced a very old building. I think it's in the late 40s, early 50s. The other stations are brand new. There's one in Tucker proposed and one in the Covington Highway corridor to replace older buildings that are just too small for the new equipment. And as CEO said, we were able to use SPLOST dollars to revamp and upgrade the Fire Training Academy, which is crucial to having the new folks to staff these new fire stations. And one of the first things the county was able to do, you've heard everyone say, even before we came on board, bought 10 new rapid response vehicles. That's a great thing. DeKalb was out in the forefront. Other counties are following behind us. It's 2 people per truck. It's 15 to 16 miles per gallon for those 2 guys in a heavy-duty pickup truck with all the equipment they need for be a first responder. And I guess a big fire truck gets, 6 miles to the gallon, a lot of wear and tear on it. And it takes 3 firemen to operate it. So these guys get out quickly and can render assistance, put out a small kitchen fire. And if an ambulance is needed, they'll wait for the ambulance. But that's been a tremendous help. And you'll see those trucks roaming around the county. And the SPLOST program was able to upgrade the radios the firemen use to help their efficiency. And then as Chief Lumpkin said, Jack Lumpkin, the Bobby Burgess building was built I think it was open right before I got here in the late 60s, early 70s. I actually have some neighbors who were kids a little older than I in high school, worked on the construction. So it served the county well. It's got a lot of different uses in it today, special operations, the helicopters on the roof, the 911 backup center, the county's computer systems in the basement. But over the years, the evidence storage that the police department and the court system built up had kind of filled in all the nooks and crannies of that building, and it gotten to be unwieldy. And so the SPLOST dollars are moving forward to design and renovate the old animal control facility just a few blocks away. So it's still close to the courthouse and close to police protection to have a state-of-the-art evidence storage facility. And that should come online sometime in 2023. And then last but not least, there's lots of just things that were deferred maintenance projects, I call them. So these are the capital outlay projects, Parks and Rec and general repairs for buildings. So let's jump ahead to the Parks and Rec slide, if you don't mind. Oh, perfect. He's reading my mind. So that $37 million has enabled the county to improve a number of fields. Gresham Park is one of the premier parks. Swap out the natural turf with synthetic turf, which lets more people use the fields more often in inclement weather, and it cuts down on maintenance budgets. You don't have to replace sod. You don't have to water them as much. You actually, interesting, still do water artificial turf, but very sparingly, cut down static electricity and keep it cool. But they save money on fertilizer and repair, and more importantly, they're just open almost every day of the year. So that helps the Parks and Rec folks reprogram, provide good programming. And that money's also going to fix buildings the county maintains. The Callan-Walled Historic Building, the Art Center, we're putting a brand new roof. Actually, we're repairing the historic tile roof. We've been able to replace the gym floor at the Exchange Rec Center. We've got the Porter Sanford Performing Arts Center. We've done roof repairs, and we've replaced roofs on about 5 other rec centers. And those are the kinds of things that are just deferred maintenance, cause buildings to leak, cause problems with programming. So the SPLOST dollars are taking care of those repairs. And then on the public safety or community side, we've been able to put new elevators in the exchange buildings out of the public safety and fire headquarters in Tucker near North Lake Mall. We're putting new roof on the courthouse right now. We've replaced elevators in the courthouse, and we're upgrading the original HVAC chiller system for the courthouse as we speak. And then last but not least, libraries had libraries, senior centers, and community health centers got about $1 million each in the SPLOST. So the number one priority for the library was to replace the dumbwaiter system they use at the central library here in Decatur to manage their book inventory, and about 6 or 7 other libraries that are buildings are 30, 40 years old. It's just time to renovate and upgrade the restrooms. So the library restroom renovation project is going to go out to bid this spring. So that'll close out the library projects. Senior centers, important things for everyone in the county. Again, we're older buildings. We're able to go make capital improvements to HVAC systems, and the same thing for the healthcare buildings, upgrade the air conditioning and heating systems. Then real quickly, I know we're running out of time. One of the key aspects I touched on earlier, the SPLOST program lets the county apply for funds and leverage our local dollars as match. And some of those projects have been with the Path Foundation, Georgia DOT on the resurfacing funds, the Around Regional Commission programs, federal aid for these various studies that we're doing. And we've been able to help some of the CIDs match dollars to help them fund projects in their jurisdiction. So overall, it's been about $25 million of SPLOST money. We've gotten $25 million in outside funds because we got the SPLOST dollars to leverage it. And a primary example of that, $1.5 million, the Braves Foundation came to the county and said, we'd be interested in fixing up 2 fields for the older baseball players at Gresham Park, and that allowed us to do 4 other fields that we might not have gotten to at Gresham Park. So good example. And I touched on earlier the $1.8 million we spent to build $3 million plus a $3 million project for the South River Trail. I touched earlier on our team's commitment to LSBEs, the Local Small Business Program. I think the more interesting statistic is of all the projects that have been let to construction, 41% of the work has gone to local businesses, be they paving contractors, HEH Paving is one, be they the trucking companies that bring the asphalt from the plant to the contractors, to the grading contractors that are working on the fields at Gresham, to just a host of local small businesses. So we're pretty proud of that. I think the program, Dolores, set a goal of like 15%. So we've almost tripled that. So we're pretty proud of that. And then again, the community engagement, we all had to pivot, the collaborative group, Joe Penny, there's a picture here in the middle. If you go to the next slide. When we have events in person, they had these big suits, and a volunteer offers to put that on in the heat of summer. We almost lost Joe Penny at the fire station grand opening. It was like 95 degrees, but there were lots of medics on site if he passed out. But we've pivoted from in-person events to events like tonight, and I think we've been pretty successful. And then briefly, just a nod to all the different media groups we work with, and DeKalb, the DCTV folks that are hosting this tonight. The word's getting out, the SPLOST website's there. So I can say we're 4 years into this. We came on board in the fall of 2018, and I guess I can pat ourselves on the back, but pat everybody on the back. we just don't get that many complaints. We get complaints, we get concerns, but we're able to answer them quickly and move on. So I think it's a testament to, I don't think I picked up the paper recently and seen a giant article from the AJC or tuned into a television station said DeKalb SPLOST program is in turmoil. It's just not happening because we've got great support from the county board of commissioners, the administration, and the staff, and it's just been a success. So with that, I think I'm done, and we're off to questions and answers. I have one more slide, the very last one. Okay, oh, perfect. So, I've touched on a couple of these. The evidence storage building will go into construction this year, the library restroom renovations. The fire station construction program, you're going to see a big push this year. We are actively, obviously, we can't divulge the negotiation details, but we have identified 5 sites. We're doing appraisals, title searches, due diligence surveys. We hope this spring and summer to have all 5 of those brought to the board to do the final closures. And then using the prototype building from Fire Station 7, we'll at least be able to start, we think, 2 to 3 stations at the end of this year. And then a lot of the effort this year, now that we've sort of gotten the road resurfacing program going, we get the fire station property bought, we're engaging the on-call engineers to do just a host of additional sidewalk projects, trail projects, signal upgrades, pedestrian crossing upgrades near schools. Those things are all are going to be coming along in the last 2 years of the program. And we'll be finishing up a lot of the work in the parks, which in addition to the major athletic field improvements, most of the parks are getting new playground equipment to replace aged equipment that's dangerous and outmoded. And a lot of the shelters in parks, point of personal pride, one of the first jobs I had with Moreland Off the Belly when we started, which was 1987, the county had passed a bond program for $60 million, I think $66 million. We managed parks and library improvements. So it's interesting. This SPLOST is renovating buildings we did 40 years ago and replacing equipment we put in parks 40 years ago. So we'll get new playgrounds, new shelters, new picnic pavilions, and upgrade the concession buildings. So that's where we're headed for the last 2 years of the SPLOST program.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for your outstanding leadership. One group that I have to acknowledge that maybe not be present, but I'm sure they're participating is our Citizens SPLOST Oversight Committee. They have done a phenomenal job making sure that citizens have access to knowledge as to the progress of this particular SPLOST initiative. And just this past week, I met with the co-chairs, Mr. Isaac Blythers, as well as Ms. Nancy Love. And we just want to acknowledge the Oversight Committee and thank them for their commitment, dedication, and participation in this process. And let me just say one thing, and my friend Micah Hightower was in the back. One of the strategic decisions we made was to depoliticize the DeKalb SPLOST. And what I shared with the members of the Oversight Committee is I've yet to sit in a committee where politically we decided which streets were going to be paved or where fire stations might be built. What we really did was do the objective assessments as to the needs. We looked at the resources available, and myself and the governing authority depend on professional advice and expertise to get this done. One of the reasons I submit to you, Chris, you've not seen the big articles in the local paper, is that this is not about politics. This is about the best interests of the citizens of DeKalb County. And as I listened, I considered something. DeKalb County is under construction. Not only a $300+ million SPLOST infrastructure improvement, a $1.2 billion consent decree improvement with the sewer system, and millions in other dollars into our water system. DeKalb is under construction. The sleeping giant has awakened, and something magical is occurring in East Metro. So we'll stop now, and I understand we are open for questions. Is that right, Ms. Warren?
That's correct, CEO. Our first question of the evening. How does the public have influence over what projects are included in the SPLOST program?
Well, that dovetails on what I was saying. Of course, through the SPLOST Oversight Committee, but more importantly, through your elected representatives. But at the end of the day, we seek advice from professionals. This is not a political process. In fact, we depoliticized it because, quite frankly, that had been one of the challenges that I think impeded us from actually having a SPLOST historically. Look, DeKalb County may be, I know we're the last major county, but we may be one of the last counties in the state of Georgia to pass a SPLOST referendum. And it was because we could not build consensus. I was talking to COO Williams earlier today. We couldn't build an internal or external consensus. We're all politicians, it's politics, but at some time you subjugate the politics. Call on the professionals and do what's best for the citizens of DeKalb.
Next question. How much is the SPLOST expected to generate over the 6-year period?
I'll defer to Mr. Kingsbury.
Yeah, thank you. That's the $636 million countywide, $388 million for the county unincorporated. And we're just right on target to get to that number.
Thank you, sir.
How many miles of road has been surfaced thus far?
Director Lemke or Mr. Kingsbury?
As of Friday afternoon, we were 137 miles.
Excellent. Repeat that.
137.
Of the worst roads in DeKalb County have already been resurfaced.
Right. And that contract will bring us up to 150. And there's another 2 that the board's approved. They're going through the final paperwork to get the notice to proceed. So they'll be on the ground this spring for another 50 miles.
Excellent. So that gives me some more streets to come visit.
Every Sunday, come on down. We'll give you a hard hat and a yellow vest.
No, thank you, Ms. Warren.
Along the lines of road resurfacing, we're still there. How much of the funds are allocated for road resurfacing?
And that's that 151 million. So it's about 40% of the overall transportation budget.
Okay, next question. When will the upgrades to the basketball and tennis courts in the parks be finished?
Great question. So those contracts have been let, the work is underway, and we hope to have all of it done. I'd like to say by the time warm weather rolls around this summer, but certainly this year, those courts will all be resurfaced, basketball and tennis.
And the question was about basketball and tennis, but the work that's been done at Gresham Park, Mrs. Billy Aaron came to dedicate the park, and it was just an amazing moment to be with her, the widow of Hank Aaron. And she was so impressed by just the quality of the facility. And there's really nothing else like it in Metro Atlanta. And so thank you so much, Chris, for that wonderful work at Gresham Park.
When will N.H. Scott Pool be open?
We think, best estimate, will be 2023. And the reason for that is there was it's an old pool. It was not in operation for a number of years, so we're basically starting from scratch again. So the designers are on board, and we're getting the bid packages put together. So that should hit the street this spring and summer. Get a contractor on board. Should be about a year to do the work, so you should be able to splash in summer of 2023.
Okay.
We have a 2-part question. When will construction on the new fire station number 7 be complete? And when will construction start on the next new fire station?
So the contractor has till the early part of 2023 to finish 7. Weather permitting, he might beat it, could be a little later. We've been very lucky. The pandemic and supply chain issues have been a cause for concern, but have not slowed us down a lot. And then the new stations, we hope to get underway, at least, as I said earlier, 2 or 3 this fall after we get the land purchased this spring.
Mr. Williams, I know Commissioner Larry Johnson and Mr. Allen Mitchell spent years in the county working on fire station number 7, but we just could never quite get it off the ground. Give us some background on how important and significant the work that's taking place there is right now.
And thank you, Mr. CEO, for actually drawing attention to that, because I believe, at least from my personal knowledge, at least 9 years worth of effort to get that fire station up and going. And there had been various funding attempts identified back in 2013 and 14, and nothing, quite frankly, had panned out. But for the implementation and the SPLOS being approved, wherein we actually identified funds, that's made it a reality. But this is something that has been on the drawing board for at least a decade. It's been a long time coming.
And thank you. And we've mentioned the rapid response vehicles, and I think Director Lumpkin mentioned this is an innovation that's quite amazing when we really think, and I think Director Lumpkin, you told me 80% of the calls are non-fire related. Bringing those 10 rapid response, talk a little bit about the importance of bringing those rapid response vehicles online. Yes, sir, Mr. CEO. It's an opportunity to really lead, as Chris said. We are able to integrate that rapid response vehicle being the first unit out, and it's the unit that responds to most medical calls. That those 10, they're strategically stationed throughout the county. They have it's a pickup truck that has about $200,000 worth of equipment on it, so it can do essentially everything except transport. And it's really led the way in terms of a professional paramedic response to the needs of our citizens. In the medical pandemic issues that we've experienced in the last year, they certainly have been a great enhancement. Thank you. Ms. Warren, we have about 2 minutes left, but if citizens have questions, obviously we won't have time to answer all the questions. Where can they submit the question to? And we promise you, your question will be answered as expeditiously as possible. So you may want to repeat
Yes,
that.
Mr. CEO, questions may be submitted to splost@DeKalbCountyGA.gov. Email them to splost@DeKalbCountyGA.gov.
All right, thank you. One last question, and we're right on time.
Okay. When will the work on Callan-Wall Fine Arts Center be complete?
All right. Mr. Lemke, that your purview, or we want to give it to Chris? Kingsbury.
Thanks. I think they're about 15 or 20% through, so it's going to be done this year.
An amazing historical resource that's being preserved, but for SPLOS.
That's right.
And we are so proud of that and so proud of the great work that takes place and all. It's a major part of the culture and history of our county. So once again, I want to thank the presiding officer, Mr. Robert Patrick, for being here with us today. I also want to thank Ms. Sharon Baker, who took up the mantle from Ms. Dolores Coral and is now the direct conduit between the CEO's office and all things SPLOS. Thank you so much. I want to thank the DCTV, Ms. Diamond Lewis and her wonderful staff for making this possible, and Mr. John Matowski, who's out there in the metaverse somewhere, crying because of the Green Bay Packers. But anyway, we won't talk about that. But so thank you all so much. And I'm just excited. It's one thing to be there at Inception when we're sitting in the room, Mr. Williams and Zach, trying to figure out how we get a legislation passed and then to put it on a ballot. And frankly, to have people say, oh, it'll never pass in DeKalb. We'll never get the cities and the municipal leaders to support it. And let me tell you the special day, the day when it all made sense to me. We had a media event out there near Bobby Burgess, and all the municipal leaders were there. And we all stood together, and we all endorsed SPLOS. And that's when I knew the moment had arrived for this county. The investments we make will ensure the continued growth and prosperity of our county, not just today, but for generations not yet born. So thank you all so much for being with us. Thank you for the wonderful work that all the people here are doing and out on this audience. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Be safe, and God bless.
I did it for my health.
I did it for my mother.
I did it for the people I served.
Hago por mis nietos y por mí.
I did it for my friends. I took the COVID vaccine because I have a strong desire to maintain my health and enjoy life.
I got the vaccine for my family, for my partner,
and just overall better quality of life.
Me vacuné por mis nietos y por mí, porque es importante, si yo no me cuido, no puedo cuidarlos a ellos.
So I got the vaccine not only for myself, but for those I served and also the community around me.
Anything that would protect me and my family, that was a easy decision.
This is my house. My parents helped build it. Now we don't get wet when it rains. I don't get too hot or too cold inside. I can play with my sister, I can play with my brother, I can play with my mother, my father, my family. This is my house.
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 Visit Habitat.org to find out how you can help more families like mine.
My name is Mirtha Ramos, and I'm the Chief of Police of the DeKalb County Police Department. And today we're here to have a conversation with some of the women of the DeKalb County Police Department. Nationwide, women in law enforcement make up about 13% of the workforce. In the 70s, it was 3%. So in my lifetime, this percentage has only increased by 10%. In the DeKalb County Police Department, 20% of our law enforcement personnel are women. And today, in honor of Women's History Month, we're going to hear about why we do what we do in this profession, what drives us, and what keeps us motivated. Tonight, we will get a peek at the officer behind the badge. So let's begin. We're going to start with Captain Barron. So, Captain Barron, you're only one of 2 female captains in the department. Do you feel that that expectation is different for you than it would be for someone else?
Good evening. I am Captain Yolanda C. Barron. I have been with DeKalb. This month, I'm celebrating 19 years. If I can add, Chief, one of the reasons that I've gotten into policing is that I always knew that I was called to serve. I grew up with a grandmother and a mother that believed in going out there feeding the hungry. So while my friends was riding bikes, I was out there handing out food to the homeless. So I knew that I was called to serve, but I did not understand the capacity that I was called in until I decided I wanted to be an attorney. And then as I began to see the things that was happening in my community as I grew up, I decided that I would serve better being able to reach people before they reached the criminal justice system. So that's just a little bit about myself. Now, in terms of the question that you're asking, no, I do not feel that there are anything different expected of me than what is expected of anyone else. One of the things that I love about DeKalb is that we work as a team, and each and every last one of us, no matter what rank we hold or whether we are male or female, we are expected not to just show up, but be actively present and play our role for the betterment of the team. And I truly believe that that is why no matter what we go through, we always remain a strong DeKalb. Now, I am grateful that there are no different expectations of me or different standards, because I look at what I have been able to attain during my 19 tenure here, and I am very proud of myself. I look back 19 years ago when I stepped in these doors. I came in as a PO1 at East Precinct, and where I sit now, including your position, I am one of the top 3 female police officers in DeKalb County Police Department. And that speaks volumes for me in my life, because I know where I come from and I know what it took to get here. And because there's no difference in what was expected of me, no one is able to make light or diminish or take away the hard work that I put out to make it to this spot. So I am proud of myself, and I am grateful that I can truly say confidently that it has been my strong work ethics and the promise that I made to myself of what type of officer that I was going to be for DeKalb, and I have stuck to that for 19 years.
And you should be proud, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Recruit White, you are in the academy right now, so my question to you is, tell me a little bit about yourself and why are you trying to become a police officer with the DeKalb County Police Department?
Okay. My name is Recruit White, and I want to be a police officer because I enjoy helping people, and I've always helped people. I am compassionate about helping people, and I strive to do what I can for people. So it's been sort of a calling of mine, a desire to want to help people. And with DeKalb County, seeing how community-oriented people are, these police officers, women, men, it's a great deal to be a part of it and want to be a team with them as far as serving the community.
So even with everything going on nationally, you still feel that you can make a difference?
Yes, I feel like no matter what's going on, I feel like we can bridge the gap between civilians and law enforcement and come together when they see us doing things for our communities.
Thank you. Detective Holt, and I probably messed that one up. You are the only female detective in homicide. I know there's a female supervisor, but you're the only female detective. So why homicide, and do you think that you handle investigations different than your male counterparts?
So I am the only female in homicide. I have been in homicide for 3 years now.
And my true passion for homicide is I was a student at Georgia State University, and we lost one of our students to a homicide. He was one of my close friends. We played soccer together, both at Georgia State. So losing him and knowing what that felt like really pushed me to want to be a part of the homicide unit. Of course, once I got in, it was a lot of learning experience for me, but I work with some of the most exceptional men counterparts you could probably ever imagine. I work with a different range of veterans to new officers as well that are new to being detectives. And having them and leading me into the position that I am, I truly believe that without them, I wouldn't be in the position that I am and to excel the way that I do in homicide.
Thank you. Officer Carson, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Hello, Chief. My name's Officer Carson. I've been with the DeKalb County Police Department for 6 years. 4 of those have been on the SWAT team where I'm currently assigned. I'm originally from DeKalb County. I actually went to Decatur High School, which is around the corner. So I just kind of gradually made my way back to DeKalb and wanted to serve in my community.
Okay, but you're not only in a male-dominated field, it's SWAT. I mean, you normally don't see females in SWAT. So tell us, why are you doing SWAT right now?
Well, I joined the police department to join SWAT because I wanted a career that was going to challenge me mentally and physically, and SWAT definitely does that. Physically, we put in a lot of hours, training before work, at work, but we also are like miniature detectives because we pick up cases from like Detective Hoyt, and then we do our own investigation and we try and create an operation so we can go out and get those suspects. So that's why.
Now, do you feel that you are a different type of SWAT officer just because you're a female?
I don't feel like I'm a different type. I believe we all bring something different to the team, and that's what makes us such a great team.
Well, I spoke to one of your supervisors today, and they said that out of your whole training class, you did better than 90% of them. How does that make you feel?
Well, I didn't know that, but I definitely put in the work. I recently just had a baby, so she'll be 8 months this month. And I knew I had to put in that extra work to show the guys that I still can do this job, and I don't want anybody to think that it was handed to me. Everything that I've accomplished so far, I've definitely worked hard and put in that work, and
here you
results
are.
show, I guess.
And I don't think anybody's doubting that. So congratulations, you should be proud of your achievements. Lieutenant Batchelder, do you believe that there's a difference between a male and female officer, and if so, what?
Well, thank you for the question. I am Lieutenant Batchelder. I'm the South Evening Watch Commander at South Precinct. I've been in law enforcement now for 14 years. I actually started my career with City of Decatur Police Department and came over to DeKalb in 2013. I do feel that there is some differences, naturally. Physical characteristics, generally, women are not as same physical statures as male officers. But overall, I think male officers and female officers are in it for the same reason. They sign an oath to protect and serve the citizens in which the communities they serve. And in that respect, I don't feel that there's any difference outside of more physical characteristics.
And I think you've had an interesting career. Can you tell us a little bit about the assignments that you've had leading up to you being a lieutenant?
Yes, ma'am. So when I came to DeKalb, I actually started at North Central Precinct. I was on the road where I went to work on North Central's NET team, which is our neighborhood enforcement team. I worked there for a little over a year, and then I actually went over to narcotics on a special assignment and subsequently ended up with a K9 Rex, who's still around, my best bud. He's retired. Fortunately, I get to go home every night to him and see him. From there, he was retired in October of 2019. Right at the time, I was able to take the sergeant's exam. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to with his retirement kind of pending. I did take that exam, the promotional process. I ended up doing fairly well. I was promoted. I went to South Precinct, worked on day watch, evening watch, and then I was the net sergeant From there, had moved over to the training academy where I was the in-service instructor, sergeant, and I was there for a little under a year, took the lieutenant's promotional exam, and now I'm back at South Precinct.
So you have a little bit of experience under your belt.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what traits do you feel make you a good officer, and why is that important?
I think there's traits that every officer should have in order to be successful in their career, and also just to hold the, I guess, the badge. You need to show up every day ready to go, willing to do your job. You need to have integrity. You need to make sure you're doing the right thing. No matter when anybody's looking, you need to be respectful and you need to be honest. I think if there's one thing I've learned, everybody in the world wants one thing, and it's to be respected. And if we can remember that and treat each other with respect and treat each other how we want to be treated, no matter what the circumstance, I think generally we're going to have a good outcome.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Biggs, can you tell me a little bit about yourself and what is your current assignment?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Sergeant Katina Biggs. I've been with the police department for 25 years. It'll be 25 years in May, which is half of my life. I'll be 50 this year. I have a 18-year-old daughter who is serving in the military. She's in Korea, her first duty station. Hey, Kayla. I told her I'd speak to her. I come from a large family. I have 5 sisters, 1 brother. My mother, who still lives down in the little small town that I came from, it's called Vienna, Georgia. If you blink, you miss it. But that's where I grew up, and I found my way to the big city in Atlanta when I was one day after graduating from high school at 18. So I came up here, and when I turned 24, I joined the police department and been here ever since.
So it sounds like a lot of family, a lot of closeness.
Yes.
So do you find it difficult to balance your work life and your personal life? And if so, can you tell me how you manage?
So my work life and my personal life, sometimes it seems like it's one life. But I do have a good support system with my family, and I do have a good support system with my family here at the police department. I talk to these ladies outside of work, inside of work, with my family. I find it that you'll always take some of the work that we do home with you, but if you find a fine balance of not letting it confine you as a person, that you can always make it to the next day where you are feeling like this is the first day of this job and I'm going to go on and on. Every day to me seems like it's my first day. I just love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Officer Durham, can you tell me about yourself and your current assignment, please?
K-9 unit. I've been with the department almost 19 years in September. Basically assigned to the K-9 unit for the past 5 years. Born and raised in DeKalb County. Did a lot of different divisions in this department. Started in East Precinct, did about a year on the road there. Left East Precinct, did 11 years with the motorcycle unit. And once I feel like I accomplished everything I've learned from the motorcycle unit, I asked to go into Executive Protection Unit. I did that for a couple of months, about 8 months, and then left Executive Protection and tried out the helicopter unit. Once I finished doing the helicopter unit, situations happened, and basically I went back to the motorcycle unit, and then a position came available for me to go to K-9, and I tried out for K-9 and been there ever since.
So that's a lot of opportunities for an officer.
Yes, ma'am.
I think one of the questions that was asked was, do I truly believe that there are opportunities for men and women in the DeKalb County Police Department? And I'm going to let you answer that one.
I feel like there are numerous opportunities for any female in the department. It's just you have to be able to get outside of your comfort zone. Don't be complacent. Challenge yourself that you can do anything that anyone else does in this department. And once you have that willingness to do that and strive to do that, you'll have the opportunity and it'll be presented to you.
I will say that someone wrote a statement on one of your social media posts when we advertised that you'd be on this panel. And they wrote something to the effect of, not only were you the best female motorcycle driver when you were testing, you were the best driver when you were doing your motorcycle testing. So how does that make you feel?
I mean, I do all right. I make it look good. But it makes me feel good to basically be able to compete with other male officers and know that when we do different competitions in the motorcycle unit, so we basically go around to different agencies or different competitions and we compete with different other male officers. And for the most part, I was always like the only female officer competing, and to always place first in any event that I did. I mean, it did build my confidence level to make me become even better, and that's why I try to succeed in that.
And how does it feel to walk into, and I'm going to say just a room, but let's say into anything, and be the only female present? Are you feeling intimidated by that?
I never feel intimidated. I wasn't raised that way. I always feel like my mom always taught me, you know how you were raised, and basically always strive to be the best, and always your only biggest competition is yourself. So I don't compete with anyone else but myself.
So mama knows best.
Yes.
And so do you believe that there's a difference? I think I already know the answer to this, but do you believe there's a difference between a male and a female officer?
I don't feel like there's a difference. I feel like most females have a lot more compassion and their willingness to listen more. I'm not saying male officers don't do that, but I feel like women have more of a sense of compassion when it comes to things.
Thank you. Sergeant Morris, can you tell me a little bit about yourself, please?
Sure. My name is Sergeant Morris. I've been with the department for 6 years, and I was promoted 9 months ago. I'm currently at South Precinct Evening Watch. I actually became a police officer. Whenever I was in college, I worked at a domestic violence shelter, and we worked pretty closely with law enforcement. And for me, it got to the point where I started taking college courses for criminal justice as well as forensic science, and I kind of fell in love with the investigative side of policing. So I made the transition after college. I graduated with a bachelor's in social work and criminal justice. I walked the stage, and then the next day I started the police academy here.
And any regrets?
Absolutely not. I love my job. I actually originally started because I wanted to become a homicide assault detective. And whenever I started, I fell in love with the road. I have a lot of fun out there. I work with a lot of good people, and I don't regret this job at all.
And do you believe that there's a difference between a male and a female officer? And if so, what is the difference?
I do think that men and women bring different qualities to the job, different perspectives, and I think a lot of it, though, is perception. And especially when you're on the road, when you're dealing with different victims or whoever, the citizens, some people feel more comfortable talking to men. Some people feel more comfortable talking to women. And I think that that's why in this profession, we balance each other out well. We work well together.
So both necessary and both bring assets to the table.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you. Detective Hoy, I know you work homicide, but even working homicide, do you have a feel-good moment that you've experienced while working the unit?
Being in homicide, there is something you can't take away from making the phone call to the family once you've made that arrest. And for me, of course, I've been in the unit now for 3 years, and I've been a part of multiple homicides. And making that phone call, you cannot replace that feeling at all. Something in my unit that we also do that people don't realize is we are also detectives when it comes to kidnappings. And when we do kidnappings and we're able to locate that victim and bring them back to their families, you can't replace that feeling as well.
So it's rewarding, even though it's challenging.
Yes. So, of course, it's one of, to me, the worst crimes you could ever commit is taking someone from their family. And so to be able to give them that type of justice and just knowing that you did everything you could to make that arrest, you can't take that away.
And with the increase in violent crime, how do you stay motivated? Because you arrest one, but then you have another case. How do you stay motivated to do it over and over again?
Because at the end of the day, the families are still there. And they are missing someone, and someone that we can never bring back to them. So to stay motivated, you have to be able to give them something. And the only way that I know how to do it is to completely work on these homicides to the end and give them that.
Thank you. Recruit White, Do you believe that there's a difference between a male and a female? Do you feel that the academy treats you guys different, or does it prepare you to just come out here and do the job?
I feel like the academy prepares us all equally to come out and do the job that needs to be done. Although I do feel like there is a difference between women, police officers, and men, I do feel like women by nature are more passionate, and we're listeners, and not saying that men aren't, but it's just a woman's nature to be more compassionate and to listen to victims in situations where they actually need someone there to listen to them.
Thank you. Captain Barron, what is the biggest challenge that you've experienced on the job, and how did you overcome it?
Wow. That is a difficult question for me, and I think it's because of the way that I have always approached things in my life. I don't find a lot of things that the average person might say is challenging. I find those as opportunities for growth for me. But I would say if I had to identify something that was an eye-opener that pushed me to my limits, I would say as I transition in rank, moving up in rank, and many of you all would agree, the growing pains, it is something. And while you're trying to grow, you have to remember that you have officers that are depending on you. So you have to get what you can and understand that what was required of you before you got to that position, much more than that is required now. So I would say that that would be what I would say is one of the biggest challenges is moving up, but I don't look at them as challenges. I look at them as opportunities for personal growth for me.
Thank you for that. I spoke to one of your supervisors today. It just seems to be coming up. And one of the statements that they said was, "You've never met a stranger." So what does that mean?
So let me say this. COVID was difficult for me because I couldn't hug people. I am a hugger. One of the things is that I have a strong nurturing spirit and a genuine concern for people and understanding people. I am one that always try and pull out the good in you because I know it's there. And that's just me. In order to serve and be effective in us serving, you have to be able to ask yourself, how can I meet that individual at their point of need? And that takes you having to have a genuine compassion for people and the patience of understanding how did they get to this place and what can I do to get them to where they need to be. So treating people like you're my friend, you're not a stranger, it helps to bring down a wall. Because one thing I've learned is when people are in pain, trying to keep up a wall is difficult. But if you just be patient with them, you're going to be able to see how you can help them. And I always want to be that officer to let them know that I will laugh with you, and my badge is not going to stop me from crying with you. When I'm here, you got me. So yeah, I don't meet strangers. I don't. And I don't take nothing by chance. If you cross my path, I want to see how can I affect your life in a
So
positive
he was
way.
definitely telling the truth.
Yes.
And so with all of that love, passion, and caring for the job, how do you balance work and home life?
You know, I would be real because being transparent is the only way to help people. There was a time where I got it wrong, where the balance was very warped for me, and I found myself giving more to my work than I was giving to my personal life and my family. I found that I was giving so much to DeKalb and just trying to give my family what was left over. And I had a wake-up call and had to realize that that was not going to work for me any longer, that I had to remember that I didn't want to find myself out here trying to save the world but lose those that meant everything to me, who I do it for. So I had to get myself, I had to do an adjustment real quick and realize that I had to find a balance. What do I need to give to DeKalb, and what do I need to give to my family? And for me, that balance, and it has become my motto, and I have to remind myself that even now, and that is DeKalb only gets some of me. My family gets all of me. I realized I had to show up for my family more than what I show up for DeKalb. So I started remembering what made me happy, and that is family. What gave me that encouragement, that push to come in this type of profession, that is family, the care, the love. So I had to give back to them. One of the things I just try and make sure that, and this is very important for me and my husband, we don't miss functions with our daughter. We are there for each other. I make sure that I, take that time for them. Just like I would be quick to answer a phone when DeKalb called me, I got to be just as quick to answer the phone when I'm at work and my family calls me. So I just had to let them know that I am out here doing a service, but serving starts at home first for me.
And that's a tough lesson, and I don't think most people quite learn it until it's a little too late, so I'm glad you learned it. Yes, I will tell you that in my coming up the ranks, I got it wrong. So I definitely gave my job a lot more than I gave my boys sometimes. And I reeled it in, but I may have reeled it in a little later than you did. And for that, I will always be regretful because this passion that we have, sometimes we take it somewhere else, and then other people have to pay the price. Yes. But I'm glad you learned the lesson, and I think there will be people looking at you thinking, I need to reevaluate what I'm doing myself. So thank you for being so open and honest.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Officer Carson, you're in SWAT, so we're thinking you're knocking down doors, taking people into jail. But in that capacity, have you had a feel-good moment?
Yes. I had a feel-good moment a couple of years ago. It was late at night. It was a hostage situation. It was, I don't know what the temperature was, but it was freezing, and we were out there for hours. But we learned that there were 3 children upstairs in a 3-story house, and so our ladder wasn't long enough to reach that 3rd floor where they were located, so we ended up getting a fire department ladder. So we're quietly trekking through the backyard, putting the ladder up to that 3rd floor window, bypassing all these other danger areas to get up there to that 3rd floor where those children are. So we enter in the bedroom where they are. They're happy to see us. And then we're able to bring them down the ladder to safety. The children were happy, and I was happy. It was just an amazing, I didn't know the feeling was going to be like that, but it was amazing being able to help them and take them out of that dangerous location.
So now having a child of your own, does that weaken, you have a weaker spot for children, or have you always had a weak spot for children?
I definitely have a weak spot now for children. Like, people tell me what to expect. I didn't. It's completely different. I didn't think I was going to be the nurturing mother, more like the stern, but I'm very, very nurturing and caring, and I'm a lot more compassionate now to people and situations that they're in now.
I will tell you, if you could not imagine becoming a mother and those feelings, becoming a grandmother is even worse. You won't even imagine the feelings till you get there. But let me move on to Lieutenant Batchelder. And do you feel that there is a place for women in law enforcement?
Absolutely. Just being here tonight, looking and hearing everybody's stories and just seeing the excellence and, awesomeness that's sitting at this table, I definitely think there's a room for women in law enforcement.
What do you think about that 13%? 13%, that is what symbolizes women in law enforcement.
Right. I'm glad that DeKalb's kind of up and we're at 20%. I think that's a great number. Hopefully we'll go higher. Sounds like from the last PAT we may. So that's good news. I think women, we talked about it earlier, we talk about empathy and just the nurturing side that women have. And we go to calls where you have victims, special victims, where domestic violence victims, where they may not want to speak to a male officer. They may want to speak to a female officer because they maybe were abused by a suspect who's a male. So having female in the profession is very important. We play a vital role. And like I said, sitting around here today, I think it clearly shows that there's a need for women, not only in law enforcement, but in leadership roles as well.
So if you had to say something to a female that was thinking about becoming law enforcement, what would you say?
Come on. It's a great job. I love what I do. I think everybody sitting here loves what they do. It's a great profession. It's rewarding. It's awesome to feel a part of a family like we do here. And I'm grateful for the experience, and I hope to just keep moving forward with my career and moving forward with the officers seated here.
Thank you for that. Sergeant Biggs, you also have a challenging position. Special victims, you deal with a lot of heinous crimes. How do you stay motivated to come in and do this job every day?
The motivation for me is I do have a heinous job. I work special victims, and we deal with child molestations, and we deal with women who are being violated. And for me to, it gets emotional, being that I do have a passion for what I do. How I try to bring some comfort to these people is to just talk and listen to what they have to say. It's heartbreaking that you have to go in an interview and hear what people say or how people think, but I have, took an oath to make sure that I give everybody their rights. I give the suspects, and I listen to the victims also. So although the things come out of their mouth about what they did, I'm a mother, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter. So sometimes those interviews get very hard for me. I'm not opposed to sharing how I feel. Sometimes in an interview, I have maybe shed a tear or two in an interview, listening to the passion or the things that people do. So I make sure that I have a good, sound mind when I go in. I do pray, and I listen to other detectives, other officers, my peers, about what they would think. Most people say, I wouldn't want your job, but I wouldn't want to trade it for any other job.
So you said you shed a tear.
Yes.
And being a woman, somebody can say that that's just women. It's a sign of weakness. What do you think?
Oh, it's definitely not a sign of weakness. A lot of our cases, we have two people in the detectives room. I was in the room with two veteran detectives, and I had people watching it on screen, and even the guys got emotional about what we do. It is very heartbreaking, but it's very rewarding at the same time.
And so even with that job, can you share a feel-good moment that you've had?
Yes, we have quite a few feel-good moments, knowing that we can take the pain for a few minutes from a child. We had to go to a case where we had to take the parents away. It was a set of a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old. And, once we get to the scene, we make the decision of who goes or who stays. And these children came up to me and said, when I grow up, I want to be just like you. And, it took me off guard because we're taking their parents away, and they want to be like me. And I asked them, why do you want to be like me? And both of them, with excitement in their voice, saying that you came in here and you helped us. I don't know if they understood what they were saying, but sometimes taking the people that put them in danger makes them feel like I saved them. And I felt that way. And that was a very good, feel-good moment for me.
Thank you. Officer Durham, what traits do you feel make you a good police officer?
I think being a police officer in general, you basically need to have good patience and listening skills. At first, when I started, when I was 20, I had no patience at all. Not gonna lie or anything like that. I had none. So I had to actually learn to build my patience up as a police officer, because basically everybody just wants to have a voice. They just want to have someone to talk to. So being a police officer, I think that's two of the main traits that you really need to have as an officer.
And this is one that someone posted on social media that said, when we see you, can we touch your dog? What would you say to that? Because honestly, somebody will be listening and will be doing just what you say.
Honestly, our dogs are we try to keep our dogs very sociable. I'll allow someone to touch my dog if he's in a soft muzzle. Yes, I will.
But they should ask first, correct?
Exactly, ask first.
Okay. Sergeant Morris, do you find it difficult to balance your work and personal life?
Honestly, yes. I think that there are, there's a few struggles that we face. If we have an especially bad day, or if we have to experience a call that, is rough, sometimes it's hard to leave that call at work and go home and be able to be present for your family. That's still a process that I'm learning, honestly. I haven't mastered being able to leave the stress of work at work and go home and still be there for my daughter or my family at all. So that's something that I have to work on still. And then also the schedule, sometimes you never know when you're going to have to stay late. And then you never know when you're going to get a call and say, hey, I need you to report to work immediately. So it takes a village, and I'm very appreciative for everyone. I don't have a lot of family that live in Georgia, so I'm very appreciative to not only my family for being there for me, but the friends that have become family, so that I'm able to continue to do this job that I love.
So knowing that, and being a new mother, I know she's a few years old, but being a new mother, would you still encourage women to come into this profession?
Yes, absolutely. I think that it's important for us to show our children, my daughter, how important it is that for us to take these roles, and like Lieutenant Batchelder was saying earlier, leadership roles, and showing others that we're able to do this and we're able to do it well.
Okay. And Captain Barron, what advice would you give someone just coming into law enforcement with your experience?
The first advice I would give is to make sure that your serving is effective. That is something that my mother, strong woman, taught me a long time ago. Make sure your service is effective. There's a difference in serving and effective serving. Serving is coming, swiping in, doing your time, and going. But effective serving is making sure that in your serving the people, that you're serving with a purpose, that you're serving to make changes in someone's life and make a difference. And that takes really knowing that this is what you want to do. Because every decision we make, even the split-second ones, they are made to change people's lives. The second advice I would give someone, and I would say would more be for professional growth advice, and that would be, don't get stagnant. Understand that in our profession, every stage, it has its season. And when you recognize that that season is up, don't be afraid to move through the next open door. Because there are others who are needing you. They're coming behind you, and they are needing you to reach down and pull out that leadership potential so that you can make some changes and help make some ways for them, male and females. So for me, I know it took a lot. I was serving in narcotics with Lieutenant Batchelder, and we enjoyed it, and I realized that it was time for me to start moving up in a supervisory leadership roles. And what gave me the nudge is I began to see things that I wanted to, the change I wanted to see in DeKalb. And I knew that I would not be able to affect that change until I stepped into the position where my voice can be heard. And I got tired of waiting for someone to tell me what happened at the table, where I said it was time for me to take my seat at the table. So I would urge others that's coming behind me to make sure that when that door opens, don't be afraid to step into it. So for me, that would be the advice that I would give somebody. Serve effectively with purpose, and don't be afraid to don't be afraid to walk through those open doors.
That's a very inspiring message. I will say in front of everyone here that I'm very proud and happy that you are part of our command staff and that you're leading a precinct that will hopefully follow your lead because you can't go wrong believing in what you believe in. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And I may not make my way back around to you, so I'm going to give you an opportunity to tell the community what would you like for them to know about yourself, about law enforcement, or just take a moment to close out your thoughts with us, please.
I would definitely like to take this opportunity to let the community know that although we wear a shiny badge, it does not take the place that we are still human. We're still people. And as imperfect as we are, we try our very best. We come out here listening to the many stories that they're hearing across the panel today. We've come, we show up, and we have taken on different roles. We've taken on different challenges. We have affected and touched people in different ways. So I just would say that what is going on in the community today, as strong as we may be, we need the strength of the community also behind us. Because what we take on as police officers, what we see day by day and year, and the problems of others that we have to go and take on, it's hard not to internalize that. It is really hard not to go home thinking about what's going to happen with that family that I had to go to that day. And this is more than what the human mind and human body was made to take on. But we accepted the call. And I'm just asking for them to understand that we are imperfect, and if we get it wrong, just give us an opportunity to make it right. That is what I would want to send out to the community.
Thank you for that, Yolanda. I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Carson, with everything going on nationally and the perception of law enforcement, how do you stay motivated every day to come and do what you do?
It's funny, it's Women's History Month. I just want to be a light to other women out there and show other women that we can do jobs that seem to be for males only. I just want to be a light out there and be able to touch someone. If it's just one person out of my whole career, that's fine. One person got touched, but my goal is to reach other people.
And so I may not get around back to you again, so I'm going to have you close it out by taking a moment to tell the community what you feel you would like for them to know. This is your moment.
I just want the community to know that DeKalb officers, we're here to help you guys. We're one community. A lot of officers are from here that still serve, and I just want you to know that we're open. If you guys have any issues, you can come to us, you can call us, and we're gonna give you our best when we come knocking on your door. If we see you in the streets or anything, you guys, I think we're a pretty open department, so just believe in us, trust us, that we will give you all that we have and give you our best.
Thank you for that, and thank you for shining the light, and I hope many others follow you. Lieutenant Batchelder, so do you find it difficult to balance your work and personal life?
I think as I've grown and matured through my career at this point, I think in the beginning I probably wasn't as good as I am now. The older we get, I think we realize what and who is most important to us. And so when I am away from work, I try to devote as much time as I can to my family, to my loved ones, to my friends, so that I do now have that nice balance, as opposed to when I was younger and I thought more things were important than what they really are now. You learn as this profession goes on and the longer you're in it, how short life can be and how valuable your time is. And so I think I've gotten much better. I'm not going to say I've mastered it by any means, especially as Captain had said, moving up in the ranks, you are open to a whole new world of learning and adjusting, and it consumes more of your time. But I feel like I'm falling into that role fairly well, and I can say I feel like I have a pretty good balance on it right now.
You know, I find it a little ironic that we have women on the panel who have struggled with balancing personal and work life, yet then the community says we don't give enough, but yet then we're sacrificing time with our families, with our children, to give them all that we have, but yet then it's not enough. I find that ironic. But anyway, I'm going to allow you to close as well with whatever it is that you feel you would like the community to know, a message from your heart to theirs.
I guess first I'd like to thank whoever tuned in tonight to watch and listen. I'm not going to lie, I was pretty nervous coming into this, as were others, but it was a great experience. I thank you, Chief, for allowing me to participate in this as well. DeKalb has some of the finest officers. I see it from a leadership perspective. I'm grateful to work here. I'm grateful to work within this community. I think DeKalb and the community itself has a great relationship, and I just hope we can continue to move forward and grow that relationship and keep our streets safe together.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Biggs, so what word of advice would you give to a female coming into this profession before you close us out?
My word of advice is to do it. It's a great place to work. Being a police officer, it gives you everything you need. You could work slow, you could work fast, you could come to work and give it 1,000% one day, and the next day nothing happens. So it's never the same thing every day. So being that is never the same thing, you never know what to expect in being a police officer. So I would encourage women and men, boys and girls, to do this profession. When people look up to you and know that you are saving their life or changing their life, I think that helps to motivate people to become a police officer.
So you're inviting them to be part of the change they want to see, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for that. Officer Durham, you want to close us out with your message, please?
Like piggybacking off of Lieutenant Batchelor, thank everyone for tuning in. And basically, if you want opportunity in the department as a police officer, DeKalb is the place to be. As you can see from my background, I've been in different divisions, different units in this department in almost 19 years. So male or female, if you want the opportunity to be or grow as a police officer, DeKalb is the place to be.
Thank you. And thank you for participating. I know that you're one of those people that are behind the scenes, those people that like to act and do and not say. So thank you for stepping out of your comfort zone and joining us here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Morris, before you close us out, can you tell us what are the traits that you find important in being a police officer? And then I'm going to do a two-parter. And are you seeing that today? And what is your contribution to make our officers that work for you better?
I think that Lieutenant Batchelder covered the traits well earlier when she was speaking on the traits that you need to have as a police officer. You know, you have to have integrity. I think that you have to be a hard worker. You have to be a good listener and empathetic. I strive to embody these traits. And I think that, you know, I've only been a sergeant now for 9 months, and making the transition, it showed me that to show others that, you know, what you need to do to be a good officer, you have to show them in your actions. So for me, I try really hard to show up every day and to work just as hard as the officers are. If I'm asking them to do something, I'm going to show up with them. And, you know, I hope that, you know, moving forward, I continue to do that.
So leading by example.
Yes, ma'am.
Do as I say and I do.
Correct.
Thank you so much. And how would you like to close us out here today?
With just a comment to the community, I really just, you know, be patient. We're trying our best. You know, my experience has been just on uniform, on the road, and you know, we're very busy, and we really are. We have some of the best officers and the hardest workers that I've ever met in my life. And, you know, I have experience with law enforcement in Florida and up here, just, you know, with all of the different people that we meet. And honestly, our officers, they're hard workers. They put a lot of effort into it, so just be patient with us.
Thank you. And you said, you know, you've only done the road. And so I'm going to have to clarify, there's no such thing as only the road. I want to thank you for taking on that assignment. Being on the road, that is our front line. That is the first line of that people will see. So you're the one, when people really need the help, you're going to get there before Officer Carson, or you're going to get there before Detective Hoyt. It's going to be your people that the people see. And so you set the tone for how they feel about the DeKalb County Police Department.
Sure.
And so we always say they are the backbone, and they are. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate your people for what they do every day. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley, I'm sorry, Recruit White. Have you had any challenges while you've been in the academy? And how have you overcome them? Because I know you have a young child as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you talk about that if you'd like, please?
Balancing out the schedule as far as giving my daughter the attention that she needs, teaching her the time, you know, have to be at the academy very early in the morning. So balancing out my time as well as just showing her that, hey, I'm still here for you, even though I'm starting this career that's, could not necessarily consume me, but will take a lot out of me. So I want to show her that, I'm still here. You're going to get what you need out of me. It's challenging because I want to spend that time with my daughter, but get emotional, that's my baby. So it is challenging being away from her.
And yet, you're still in the academy.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't dropped out.
No, ma'am.
And you still want to be a police officer.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm hoping that you learn from the other ladies in this panel, understanding that it will be a challenge, but understanding that it'll be one of the best feelings you'll ever have. Do you have a message for anyone who would like to come join you at the police academy one day?
I say go for it. I procrastinated for a long time. I had a bit of uncertainty because what was going on in the world. But I did it, and I feel like this is the best decision that I made. And hopefully, when I graduate, I will be working with these amazing officers.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, not only today, but joining the department. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to close it out with Detective Hoyt. And so what word of advice would you give someone coming into this job?
I mean, the first thing you have to do is you have to apply. And that was somewhat of my hardest step, is like Recruit White said, she procrastinated. And the biggest thing is just make sure you apply. And when it comes to the time where your PT test or, you have to go in for your interview and things like that, I know that I genuinely was like, I can't do this. And I sat down with my mom and she was like, this is what you want to do. You have to start here. And so my biggest thing is just tell them you have to start. You have to start somewhere. And that is by just applying.
Someone told me that ever since you started the academy, all you said was, I'm going to be a homicide detective. I'm going to be a homicide detective. And it took you a little bit, but here you are, a homicide detective. So I'm going to assume that dreams do come true.
They do.
And so on that note, how would you close us out? What would you like the community to know?
Well, mainly, especially here in the homicide unit, is that I know that when we arrive on scene, it's some people's worst day. And we genuinely I work with some amazing people that have the most compassion. I truly believe that when we talk about men and women, especially in my position, somebody has lost their life, and it's our job to kind of find closure for that. And so the community, I just hope that they're patient with us as we are working as hard as we can. Of course, we talked about violent crime, rising not in just DeKalb County, but nationwide. And it's really big for us to kind of work together in the community to give us tips and have conversations with us, or what they see and what they hear, those little things that they might think, oh, it doesn't matter to them. Those are our leads, and they push us forward to finding these people and getting them off the street of DeKalb County.
So, ladies, we are coming to a close. As I said, it was pretty painless, right? But we're going to go ahead and close it. And so what I would like to tell the community is that, as you've seen and heard, the ladies before you are not only police officers, but they are mothers, daughters, sisters, aunts, granddaughters. In addition to that, they help keep you and DeKalb County safe. We thank you for spending this time with us today. Have a good night, stay safe, and remember that in DeKalb County, we're in this together. If you see something, say something. Good night and stay safe.
I serve because I've been called to be a light to those we consider to be special victims.
I serve because I enjoy being in the schools, around the youth, and giving back to the community.
I serve because I wanted to be an advocate for victims in their time of need.
I serve because my mom was a police officer and I wanted to follow in her footsteps.
I serve because I wanted to be a positive impact in the community, especially the youth.
I serve because I love being a part of positive change in my community.
I serve because growing up, I never wanted to do anything different.
I serve because I want to show that women can do this job and make a difference.
I serve because I want to give back to the community that I grew up in.
I serve because my community needs me.
I serve because I want to be a voice for those who can't speak for themselves.
I serve because my father was a police officer and I wanted to follow in his footsteps.
I serve because I highly value my community and I care to be a positive influence in it.
Did you know more than 40,000 people are killed each year in traffic collisions? 1 out of every 4 car accidents in the United States is caused by texting and driving. That's 25% of all vehicle accidents. How you doing, sir? Lieutenant Vanderpool with DeKalb County Police. I need to see your driver's license, please. Do you know the reason why I pulled you over, sir? For operating motor vehicles while on your phone? My name is Lieutenant Gregory Vanderpool with DeKalb County Police Department Traffic Section. In addition to being extremely unsafe, texting while driving is against the law. Under Georgia law, drivers cannot have a phone in their hand or any part of their body to support their phone. Also, drivers cannot read, write, or send text messages or emails when on the road. A phone is a deadly distraction. Reading a text message while driving distracts a driver for a minimum of 5 seconds each time. This means the chances of a crash occurring while reading a text are extremely high. Here's a copy of the citation for you as well. And here's your driver's license, man. All right. Have a good evening, sir. Remember, one text or one call can wreck it all. This public safety message is brought to you by DeKalb County Police Department and DC TV. Did you know more than 40,000 people are killed each year in traffic collisions? Every 16 minutes, a deadly car accident occurs. My name is Lieutenant Gregory Vanderpool with the DeKalb County Police Department Traffic Section. The law requires all drivers and their passenger to wear safety belts while vehicles are moving. Why not take a few extra seconds to buckle up? It only takes 2 or 3 seconds. Even buckling up 20 times a day requires a minute or less. The simple act of buckling up is the best way to save lives and reduce injuries from crashing. In a crash, wearing a seatbelt reduces your chance of being killed or seriously injured by 50%. It takes only an instant to die or to become permanently injured in a crash. Remember, buckle up, stay alive, arrive alive. This public safety message is brought to you by the DeKalb County Police Department and DC TV.
you the great work that our team did this weekend, getting us all caught up and actually working on 4th of July, because this is our top priority. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Zach. And when I talk with the residents of District 1, sort of uniformly, the comment is we get it right on sanitation. And with the challenges that we're facing with the labor market, this is not something just unique to DeKalb County. When I look on Next Door Neighbor and I see what's happening up in places outside of DeKalb County, the same issue is happening. Same sanitation rates are going up. Services are perceived to be going back, and yet we have our team out there on the 4th of July collecting. And so thank you very much from the CEO or to the CEO all the way down to the crews that were out in the field. Much appreciated. Commissioner Rader, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. I also want to add my thanks to both management and the staff at sanitation. It's a tough enough job to do 365 days a year, but this time of year in particular, that is a tough job, and I certainly appreciate the work that they've done. I also appreciate and look forward to continued implementation of our automated side loading infrastructure so that we can collect sanitation with a single person crew, as well as to do it inside of a truck and increase their efficiency. I just wanted to clarify for those who may be listening, the 4th of July, of course, was a holiday and was the regular pickup day for many of our customers. I just want to clarify that the pickup day was shifted as per the original schedule so that those who had a Monday pickup can still expect a Tuesday pickup, provided that everything's running on time. Is that correct?
COO Williams, if you wouldn't mind clarifying.
Yes. You said the pickup dates, Commissioner?
Yes. Normally on a holiday Monday, we would see the Monday pickups move to Tuesday. And just wanted to clarify for those listening along that those Monday pickups will be today, and that we're moving the week one day late as per our schedule.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner Rader.
Okay, great. I really appreciate that clarification. And, again, can't say enough about folks that go to work in these tough conditions every day and meet those basic expectations of our stakeholders. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Rader. I guess also I want to say that want to acknowledge our police department as well as our fire teams. They were out this weekend as well, and much appreciate their service. All right, commissioners. Well, with that being said, we are going to go back to the routine, which is to follow our printed agenda, and that is committee reports. And this week we'll start with Commissioner Rader with the FAB committee. Commissioner Rader.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. Our meeting was at 3:30 on last Tuesday, the 28th of June. We eventually had all members of our commission or our committee in place, along with some other members. The committee, because the commission had to take action to accept mid-year CJCC, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council grants, in order to do it in a timely fashion for July 1st. The committee, and we took action earlier that day on these items. The committee did not need to hear those CJCC grants, so we took those off the agenda. We next heard a resolution to refine our debt management policy. Staff presented recommendations on that particular item. We heard a little bit of input where some clarification needed to be injected, and that should be back before our committee at our next meeting. Let's see, we also had a presentation on the resolution to set our millage rates, and it was incorporated with a mid-year budget amendment. The focus of the discussion on last Tuesday was on the millage rate element of it. And at the end of the meeting, the committee voted unanimously to propose that the millage rate part of the resolution go forward for action on the 12th, but that the budget amendment be separated from it so that committees and others would be able to present on those budget amendments. The committee will be setting a special call meeting later this week to answer some questions that were asked related to the millage element of the resolution. In particular, the use of e-host reserves, which have now increased to about $62 million as a means of being able to offer additional property tax relief for non-countywide services, including fire and municipal taxes. So if the committee and the commission decide to use additional e-host funds, or the e-host reserve as it is styled, to supplement that particular line item, then there would actually be a credit against taxes that now taxpayers pay at a 100% level, as opposed to having those taxes offset by e-host credits. So that will be the topic of a special called FAB meeting that I think is Thursday. Is that why, Dr. Obang, is that meeting is coming on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
And what time?
p.m., sir.
So it's noon on Thursday, the 7th. We will be discussing the millage proposal and any amendments that need to be made. So thanks. I yield back.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Rader. Next, we'll hear from the ERPS Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Ted Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Good morning, everyone. The ERPS Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee met 2 weeks ago on June 21st, attended by Commissioner Bradshaw and Rader and myself. We had a previously heard item 1299, which is the mandatory use of video surveillance systems at convenience stores and other related businesses. We have been working the last several weeks with Commissioner Cochran Johnson, who sponsored legislation and drafted the original document, and working with law department to do some tweaks and other little sort of additions and kind of clarifications. And so I believe we are on track this afternoon. Mr. Phillips is working with us and everyone, and appreciate all of his hard work to get us to this point where we think today we should have a final version, or I guess a final draft, to recommend out of the Public Safety Committee. So join us this afternoon for that discussion. That's a very important agenda item that we would like to move forward. It's a very important public safety measure. Item 1764 is another resolution. This one is acknowledging gun violence as a public health crisis and calling upon our federal, state, and local legislators and elected officials to pass common sense gun control legislation to reduce gun violence, homicides, and mass murders. And even more so, especially on a 4th of July holiday, we should live in a country that does not have to fear for hundreds of rounds of bullets to be fired at our community members, no matter where they live. So this is another important resolution, and we will take that up again today. It was did not have time to hear it a few weeks ago. We did pass item 1763 for approval, which was the plan to adopt an amended 401a defined contribution plan. The ongoing cost for that on an annual basis will be about $716,000. And it is impacting and supporting the sworn officers within DeKalb County government. So not every single law enforcement or public safety official, but sworn officers, certified firefighters, and E911 call center. And Mr. Jacobs said, I think at the committee time that they were looking at about 1,000 that would apply for this. I think it was a little bit more than 1,000. But nonetheless, we did approve that, and it was passed last week by the commission. The other items that we dealt with were just two more. That was item 1691, which is the body armor and tactical vest and other armor plating for the police services. That was approved. And then the grant acceptance for the FY22 high intensity drug trafficking area grant for $276,000. And at the committee meeting, Chief Ramos described how we go about getting that grant, and we have certain goals that are within that sort of high intensity, what they call the high intensity drug trafficking area. So it's a cooperative grant with multiple law enforcement agencies. We, let's see here, was discussion on that. There was one note here. That's right. Yeah. So we did talk about the scope, and so we'll make sure to share with everyone in case you missed it, the specific objectives for this grant. And then we spent most of the committee meeting going over the mental health legislative recap. We got about halfway through the presentation. It was a very long presentation, so we have invited the speakers to come back, but we had Mr. Jeff Breedlove from the Georgia Council on Substance Abuse, Kim Jones from NAMI, Georgia, mental health advocacy organization. And so we sort of kind of scratched the surface, everyone. So there's a lot more, I think, to discuss. And so we were beginning to spend a little bit more time talking about sort of the public safety, the police, and mental health response, as there was several pieces of legislation that relate back to that this last legislative session that increased funding, increased opportunities for more training. And so I believe we're going to have them come back, not this ERPS meeting, but the following ERPS meeting. And so we'll finish up that presentation on the mental health legislative recap. And this will be, I think, important timing because we are talking about significant investments in police services, staffing, training, things like that. And so this is another opportunity for us to, I think, discuss in a productive and proactive way about what it looks like when we have the highest paid and most well-trained police department in the state. What does that mean? What are the metrics? What are the evaluating criteria? What are the outcomes that we want to get from that? So mental health it continues to be, I think, an important part of that evaluation and that metric for success. Ultimately, I think getting us to where we are going under the NACO standards, which is a more of a performance-based budgeting approach. And so as we look at additional investments, whether it's in police, fire, mental health services that impact the community, what are the evaluation metrics and the criteria to which we are measuring those budgets? And so that every year when we come back and do the budget, or I guess every 6 months or so for the budget and then the mid-year budget, what are we doing to measure our success, evaluate it, and so that every year we're striving and moving towards addressing those fundamental issues that I think we want to see, whether it's public safety or anything that we do with our budget. And we do have a meeting today, so please join us. And like I said, we're gonna, our goal is to hopefully we've kind of gone through all of the finer details of item 1299, the video surveillance systems at the convenience stores and other purposes. And so we are going to be taking that up first of the agenda, and our goal hopefully is to move that along today. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Terry. I appreciate those comments. Next, we'll hear from the Ops Committee chaired by Commissioner Marita Davis-Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and good morning, everyone. I am Marita Davis-Johnson, and I chair the County Operations Committee, known as OPS. My colleagues who serve on that committee with me are Presiding Officer Robert Patrick and Commissioner Steve Bradshaw. The Ops Committee last met on Thursday, June the 30th, at our special call meeting where we had one previous agenda item and 5 new items. Each of the items in the committee was recommended for approval. There was a substitute for item 2022-1543 to allocate $250,000 in the mid-year budget for a Truthful Library Transition RFP. RFP. I invite you to join us today at 1:00 p.m. on DCTV Ustream channel, where we will have 6 new agenda items. There are no discussions scheduled for today's agenda. And look forward to seeing you at the meeting. And with that, Mr. Presiding Officer, I yield back.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Davis-Johnson. Next, we'll hear from the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee chaired by Commissioner Lorraine Cochran-Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. Of course, I am Lorraine Cochran-Johnson, Chair of Public Works and Infrastructure. And our last meeting was actually held on June 21st. And I sit alongside Commissioners Patrick as well as Commissioner Terry. And during that particular meeting, we heard a total of 10 items. And at this time, I will give you a breakdown very quickly of those particular items that were heard in committee. Item 1624 was actually a deferral. All things that were deferred were pending audit and will be heard in today's meeting. We also had 1341 that was a deferral. We did approve item number 1593, which was an original low bid for on-call mechanical, electrical, and instrumentation and controls maintenance services for Scott Candler, Pole Bridge, as well as our Snapfinger wastewater treatment facility. This particular item had undergone audit. Oh, I'm sorry, on 1593, this was also a deferral. Hold just a moment here. Item number 1697 was an approval. This particular item was originally approved in committee. However, during the BOC meeting, it was pulled due to an increase in price, but I understand that that has been reconciled, and we'll probably discuss that one a little bit more here today. But it is for aesthetic improvements for the Glenwood Road, Covington Highway, Red Wing Circle bridges over I-285. This was to approve $525,000 that would actually come from our SPLOS funds for Paraface, which is the upgrading elements of the bridge itself. The next item that we heard was item number 1559. And item 1559, just a moment here. Managed to get myself out of order. Item 1559 was a low bid for valve box risers for use by the Department of Watershed Management. This particular item was approved in the amount of $1,059,000. The next item that we heard was item 1665, and this particular item was a change order for pond maintenance services for Public Works, Roads and Drainage, and the Department of Recreation, Parks and Cultural Affairs for cutting, cleaning, spraying, and repair maintenance of stormwater retention and detention ponds. This particular item we were happy to see move along as we are attempting to get control over many of the retention and detention ponds throughout the county. We did approve this award in the amount of $760,000. The next item that we heard is item number 1696, and this is a renewal for rock crushing. It is the second option on this particular contract for, of course, crushing rock and granite and hauling materials to and from the Seminole Road landfill. We approved it in the amount of $150,000. The next item that we heard in committee was item 1703. This item was also approved. And this was a change order, number 4, for the inspection of sanitary sewer stream crossings for use by the Department of Watershed Management. And we awarded it to River Tap in the amount of $350,000. This particular item is a result of our ongoing capital improvement plan and work that we're doing on our infrastructure and water system. And the last item that we heard in committee was item number 1724. And this particular item was a change order, but there was no money involved. It was for an extension in time and term only for stormwater drainage infrastructure for construction by Public Works and stormwater projects by Public Works, Roads and Drainage. And I'm going to go back up to item number 1464 so that I've clearly expressed what this item was because it was approved and it was an original low bid, and it's simply for ferric chloride and liquid oxygen and a variety of chemicals that are for use by the Department of Watershed Management. And this is my second time since being a member of the BOC that this item has come before us because it is a 3-year contract. And we did approve it in the amount of $6,336,288. All in all, during our last meeting on the 21st, we approved $9,207,288 in awards. And of course, today, again, we have a robust agenda and we will be meeting at 3:30 p.m. So I would urge anyone who would like to join us to please do so at that time. And I yield back to our presiding officer.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Cochran-Johnson. And next we'll hear the committee report from the PEX Committee Chair, Commissioner Larry Johnson.
Yes, sir. Let me pull it up right quick. Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here. We had our meeting on June 28th, which was last month, and July is here. And we talked about a couple of items, the de-annexation item that came from District 2 and 6. We also went through the HUD program, 2021 annual action plan. Please, you all review that plan. We did approve it, but wanted to make sure you give Mr. Mitchell your feedback on it, on some of the items that are listed. And he also said, if you want to get started on 2023, you can start working on that now. The federal government, as we all know, got the funding to us late, and we have to approve it before August. And that was the timeliness of this issue. But he included a lot of projects that had to do with the human services impact in our area. We also approved the Meals on Wheels program that will help our seniors out who are needing meals to be delivered to them, as well as the we are going to have a special call meeting at 3 p.m. on Thursday. So please note the change in the time for us on that day. And we will get to the reports, the unified plan, the public hearing signs, and workforce housing ordinance that we did not get to before. I think it was our second meeting. We did not get to those items. So we're trying to play a little catch up. And we did do a few discussion points on the affordable housing crisis that we touched on, but we're waiting on law to give us feedback on each of those items. So, Mr. Presiding Officer, that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Larry Johnson. Commissioner Bradshaw, I know you don't have a committee chair right now, but is there something you'd like to update us on? You're good for now. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. With that, commissioners, we'll move on to the next section, which is B, review of the proposed executive agenda for July 12, 2022. And I believe COO Williams will lead us on that portion.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I'd like to begin with proposed public hearing items and planning and sustainability. Now, the first item 1821, public hearing to authorize transmittal of the 2050 comprehensive plan update, followed by a public works transportation public hearing item, which is traffic calming petition, Otello Avenue between William Street and Norman Road at no cost to the county. Then there's a couple of historic preservation items.
Just to be clear, the plan is going to also be heard in committee, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And does that include the transportation element?
Yes, I believe it's combined. Mr. Baker, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. So the a couple of appeal items for historic preservation, items 1830 and 1831.
I'd move those go on public hearing or on the agenda. We're not really responding to them. I'm wondering how we're assigning these issues. Commissioner Patrick.
I guess just to be clear, these appeal items would typically go after a public hearing, correct?
No, well, they don't have public hearing. I misspoke, but so did you put the CTP or the comprehensive plan and the traffic calming onto public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yes.
Okay. I guess just for clarity, Zach, if you wouldn't mind, maybe just start over again. 1821, public hearing to authorize transmittal of the 2050 comprehensive plan.
Yes, sir. And 1742, public hearing for traffic calming petition, Otello Avenue between William Street and Norman Road.
Okay.
And then these next two items, I believe, are sectioned under historical preservation traditionally. And these would be appeal. I don't believe that these are public hearing items. These are proposed appeal to historic preservation items.
All right.
Followed by the proposed preliminary items. And we have a total of 4 standard T-hanger lease agreements. The first with George P. Doan, the 4th, no cost to the county. The second with Elliot Bornstein, no cost to the county. The third with Alan S. Glickson, no cost to the county. And the 4th with Linda D. Hewitt, no cost to the county.
These can go on consent.
On consent, thank you. The next item is a human services item. Revenue contract between DeKalb County and Georgia Department of Human Services to provide transportation services to seniors and individuals with disabilities, no cost to the county. It is a $618,000 grant.
It's a grant? Okay, that's consent.
The next is reimbursing Georgia Power for relocation of overhead lines for construction of a sidewalk on McAfee Road.
That will be heard in committee, PWI, today.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a quick question on that.
Please go ahead.
Does that mean, Zach, since we finally got the lines relocated, that the sidewalks that's taken about 12 years is coming?
I believe that is the case, Mr. Pelton.
So I can make Miss Bugs happy. So
yes.
Of course, Commissioner Johnson, we didn't have discussion on it, but of course, this was phase one of a two-phase process. So now that we have the relocation of those overhead lines, we can begin to talk sidewalks.
okay, I just know we've been waiting for years, so I know it's out for bid. So I know that's normally the first step. So I wanted the community to hear that, and then they move to the sidewalks. Okay, good news. Thank you.
And I see Mr. Pelton's logged on here as well.
I was just going to add that the project is already bid. We've had bid opening, and so you should be seeing that contract before too long.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, Mr. CEO.
Thank you. Now purchasing and contracting items, beginning with ERPS. Item 1779, a change order for computer-aided dispatch for use by police. Contract consists of providing enhanced CAD system awarded to Central Square, formerly Tritech Software. Amount not to exceed $142,706.83. Next item, 1791, change order for the self-contained breathing apparatus, SCUBA, awarded to Municipal Emergency Services, amount not to exceed $30,000. And are these
Mr.
ready
Presiding
for
Officer, do you want us to take a look at these purchasing items and see if they're appropriate to our?
I think that, excuse me, I think that these go before the ERPS committee. And so
Yes.
Commissioner Terry, seeing no objection, thumbs up. We'll go ahead and have those go over to ERPS. Commissioner Rader, the next item.
Yes, both of
Two
those
items.
are appropriate to our agenda, and I would consign them to our committee agenda.
Excellent. Thank you. So those go to FAB and OPS.
Yeah, so ops is 1702, 1741, 1749, 1750, 1767, and 1788. It's good for ops.
Right. Perfect. Thank you. PEX.
Mr. PEX, Chairman.
Yes, send them on to PEX, all items.
All right, Madam PWI Chair.
You're on mute, Commissioner Cochran-Johnson.
Yes, all of these items will be heard in committee today.
Excellent. Thank you. The last items, watershed management department, Georgia DOT contract item, water and sewer facilities for resurface of State Route 155 from the Henry County line to Interstate 20 at an estimate of $432,500. Next, 1809 is also GDOT resurface State Route 10 from State Route 8 to Gwinnett County line in the amount of $706,000. Followed by another resurface State Route 236 from Interstate 285 to State Route 8 in an estimated amount of $242,500. And the final resurfacing is Route 13 connector from State Route 141 to State Route 13, estimated $50,000.
Yes, all of those items should come to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Presiding Officer, I have one walk-on item whenever it's appropriate.
All right. Before we get to the administration, commissioners, does anyone have a walk-on item that they would like to put on the agenda? Okay. Zach, if you'll go ahead with your walk-on.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. And I believe we have emailed the item this morning. It is a cancellation for convenience with Camkin. And we would love to have that presented to the board next week.
Okay. All right, commissioners, again, final option or final opportunity. Anyone that wishes to make a walk-on?
Commissioner Rader, just checking.
I'm sorry, Dion, go ahead.
I was just checking with Commissioner Rader.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there was an item, I think, from was it the magistrate's court? Is that correct?
Juvenile court.
Juvenile court. So they missed the deadline to get it on our regular agenda. I would walk the juvenile court items on and then consign them to our committee meeting at
on the 12th.
Well, that's what I was thinking, is whether or not we had, so we can do them on the 12th unless they're time sensitive, Miss McKenzie?
I do not have that information. I'm hoping that Mr. Odeneko is on.
I'll reach out to him.
He's not on at this time, but Mr. Williams will be reaching out to him.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll put it on the 12th. If we have to put it on Thursday, we will, but I'd like to have time for us to finish the budget.
Good morning, sir.
Oh. Is that for us or? Not yet. Okay. How about let's move on to section C of our agenda, and then we can always circle back for Commissioner Rader's walk-on item and readjust that calendar if need be. With that being said, we'll go ahead and on to preliminaries. Agenda item 1855, approval of the minutes of July 5, 2022 Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Presiding Officer?
Yes.
My apologies. I believe Mr. Williams.
Yes, Commissioner Rader, I have Colette on the other line, and he was saying that the item was time sensitive.
All right, then we will hear it Thursday.
Thank you.
Tell him to be there.
Okay, it'll be at the special call on Thursday, Colette.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Terry, I see your hand is raised. Is that your walk-on? I'm sorry, Zach.
I'm sorry. I was just, whenever appropriate, I had the walk. I have one all as well.
You have one as well. Okay. Zach, let's go. Let me go ahead and get Commissioner Terry, and then we'll circle back to your walk-on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The walk-on for for Camkin, is that, did you said that this morning? You said.
Oh. Yes. So.
Okay.
Was that directed to me, Commissioner Terry?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So, yes, I have a walk-on. It's a cancellation for Camkin. So if that's something, it's cancellation for convenience. If it's possible for it to go to consent, that would be great.
Okay. I just didn't see it in the inbox. That's all. If you'd send it again.
Got it.
Okay. And you're asking for that for consent, Zach?
Yes, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Okay. All right. Madam Chair, I see your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I would like to ask, not assume, if fellow commissioners are familiar with the matter surrounding the CAMChem contract. I personally have no objection to the cancellation of the contract for convenience. I take no issue with it going directly to consent. I do believe that is the proper thing to do. So unless there is an objection from any of my fellow commissioners, I would ask that it is moved directly to consent.
Okay, seeing no objections, it looks like it's on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Okay, all right. All right, well, moving on, again, going into the preliminaries, agenda item 1855, approval of minutes of the July 5 Committee of the Whole meeting. That'll be consent. District 3, we have agenda item 1867, allocation of appropriate American Rescue Plan award funds assigned to Poeta account. And we can all read that account number. Reserved for District 3, amount not to exceed $25,000 to PAL and Be Someone Incorporated to build stronger communities and to help mitigate efforts for those impacted by the COVID-19 by educating and bringing awareness of the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts and any other essential needs caused by the pandemic. All right. Mr. Chairman, consent?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We also have agenda item 1868 to allocate funds from the American Rescue Plan Award funds assigned to Poeta account. Again, we can all read that account number. Reserved for District 3, amount not to exceed $25,000 to Scottsdale Early Learning Incorporated to increase access to early learning services and to support the center through all ARP eligible uses to mitigate the public health emergency created by the pandemic. And that'll be consent as well, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to District 7. We have agenda item 1848 to appropriate $20,000 in American Rescue Plan grant funds to the DeKalb section of the National Council of Negro Women to mitigate the public health emergency created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair, that's consent. Agenda item 1873 to appropriate $25,000 from the District 7 reserve for appropriation to the DeKalb Chamber of Commerce. Again, consent for that one. And agenda item 1874 to appropriate $20,000 in American Rescue Plan grant funds assigned to Poeta account. We can all read that account number. Reserved for the District 7 appropriation to the DeKalb County Police Athletic League. And Madam Chair, I believe you wanted those all going to consent as well.
Absolutely. I believe that probably all of us here are very familiar with each of these items. 1874, of course, is to support Midnight Basketball, for which we've had on a nightly basis about 100 young men come out. During that time, we do serve food, and it provides a safe space for children, particularly during the summer period. Chamber of Commerce, of course, this is to expand their reach and assist those who have been adversely affected during the pandemic with additional programming and needed resources. And on item 1848, it is actually for the extension of a program and continuation that was initially funded by the administration for the youth. So I would respectfully ask that all of these items are sent to the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cochran-Johnson. Next, do we have Clerk to the Board of Commissioners and CEO? Again, these are minutes. Agenda item 1843. Approval of minutes of the special called meeting of June 21, 2022. And 1861, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting of June 28, 2022. Unless we have any other items, sort of a final call for walk-ons, I'll go ahead and call on Dr. Obang to review the agenda.
Those two items consent, 43 and 71.
Yes, those will be consent.
Good morning, Mr. Presiding Officer and Commissioners. Starting off, we have public hearing items, 1821 and 1742. We have some proposed appeal items. These are 1830 and 1831. We have 4 preliminary items from the airport that are all slated for consent. These are 1776, 1806, 1827, and 1828. We have a human services item that's slated for consent. This is item number 1823. We have a public works item that's slated for public works today. That's 1784. For purchasing and contracting, we have 2 items for ERPs. These are 1779 and 1791. For FAB, we have 1743, 1786. For OPS, we have 1702, 1741, 1749, 1750, 1767, and 1788. For PECs, we have 1678, 1751, 1755. For PWI, we have 1664, 1726, 1756, 1782, 1783, 1785, and we have a watershed item 1805 that's slated for PWI. We have some more watershed items. We have 1809 for PWI, 1810 for PWI, and 1811 for PWI. Preliminary items for review, we have 1855, which is the approval of minutes from July 5th, which is slated for consent. We have District 3 items, 1867 and 1868 that are slated for consent. We have 3 District 7 items that are slated for consent. These are 1848, 1873, and 1874. And finally, we have items from the clerk These are 1843, which are the approval of minutes for June 21st, that's slated for consent, and 1861, approval of minutes for the June 28th meeting, that's also slated consent. That completes the recap, Mr. Presiding Officer.
All right, Dr. Obank, thank you very much for that. Just to confirm, there were 2 walk-on items.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Not sure I heard those.
Yeah, 2 walk-on items. We have a juvenile court item that's slated for FAB this Thursday, and then we have the cancellation for convenience CAMCAN item that is slated for consent. My apologies.
All right, no worries at all, Dr. Obank. Appreciate that very much. Commissioners, it looks like we have gone through our agenda. I don't recall the county attorney asking for an executive session. So unless there's anything else to be heard before us, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, I got a motion. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Proper motion second. We'll all do this by hands and eyes. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Did you know more than 40,000 people are killed each year in traffic collisions? 1 out of every 4 car accidents in the United States is caused by texting and driving. That's 25% of all vehicle accidents. How you doing, sir? Lieutenant Van with DeKalb County Police. I need to see your driver's license, please. Do you know the reason why I pulled you over, sir? For operating motor vehicles while on your phone? My name is Lieutenant Gregory Van with DeKalb County Police Department Traffic Section. In addition to being extremely unsafe, texting while driving is against the law. Under Georgia law, drivers cannot have a phone in their hand or any part of their body to support their phone. Also, drivers cannot read, write, or send text messages or emails when on the road. A phone is a deadly distraction. Reading a text message while driving distracts a driver for a minimum of 5 seconds each time. This means the chances of a crash occurring while reading a text are extremely high. Here's a copy of the citation for you as well. And here's your driver's license back. All right, have a good evening, sir. Remember, one text or one call can wreck it all. This public safety message is brought to you by DeKalb County Police Department and DC TV.
Want a beautiful shade tree planted in your front yard? DeKalb County is making it easier than ever to expand our beautiful tree canopy. Now in its 2nd year, Relief DeKalb is a program brought to you by the county's Department of Planning and Sustainability and Trees Atlanta. Residents of unincorporated DeKalb County can purchase up to 2 trees per home for only $25. Tree lovers know the many benefits of these wonderful plants. Trees clean the air and provide oxygen. Trees increase property values. Trees create shade and reduce cooling costs. Trees provide food and shelter for birds and wildlife. And trees add natural beauty to your home. For more details and to sign up for the Relief DeKalb Tree Planting Program, visit treesatlanta.org/yardtree.
Sometimes all it takes to be a dad is remembering how to be a kid again. Take time to be a dad today.
Welcome to the 2022 State of DeKalb County, and to quote the CEO just now, guys, how cool is this, huh? Well, on behalf of the Council for Quality Growth and our co-host, the DeKalb Chamber of Commerce, we again would like to welcome you. This is a great day, a great place to be, at a great airport in a great county. We're thrilled to be here at the Atlantic Aviation Hangar, one of DeKalb County's gyms, and at DeKalb Peachtree Airport. It's an exciting time here in DeKalb, and we want to thank CEO Michael Thurman for allowing us to host his State of the County address. So now I would like to ask, and that's the sound of commerce, so get used to that. So now I would like to ask Robert Patrick, DeKalb County Board of Commissioners, District 1 and presiding officer, to please join me on stage for the welcome. Commissioner Patrick.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome again to everyone for attending. I'm very grateful that you're here today on this momentous occasion. Today I have the honor of recognizing our elected and appointed officials here. To begin with, I'd like to start recognizing the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners with District 2, Commissioner Rader. If you're here, please stand up. Commissioner Rader. Commissioner Larry Johnson, District 3, if you're here, please stand up. District 4, Commissioner Steve Bradshaw, if you're here, right there. District 5, Commissioner Marita Davis Johnson, if you're here, please stand up. All right. Commissioner District 6, Ted Terry. If you're here, Mr. There you are, Ted. And of course, District number 7, Lorraine Cochran Johnson, right there in front.